La. La 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 la. Hold on. We're sharing this out. Sharing it out. Share it out. Hit the like button on your way in. Mic check 1 2. Red leather. Red leather face. Let's go. Oh, people are rolling in. What's up? Real None Your Business. Robbie L. Brown. Lord Bibby. C-Sal. Hola. All right, fade it in. No fade action. No fade. We didn't get the fade in. What's up, everybody? Welcome. It's Monday night. It's Halloween. We ghouling like a mug. We in the chill mode, you know. We in the Bucks hoodie. Just chilling, relaxing, maxing, cooling, shooting some b-ball. You know how it goes. Josh, where's the minority music? Oh, it's coming up in a second. It's coming up. Don't worry. I got you, C-Sal. So we got lots of stuff tonight. Lots of stuff to cover. It's Halloween, and I got a packed show planned. I got all kinds of stuff. We're going to talk about Elon taking over Twitter and how that's important. It's an important thing in the news right now. We're going to go over all the aspects of it, from the hoax about the employees who were leaving. That was a hoax. That was fake. And just all the stuff, Elon. We're going to talk about Pelosi and the hammer attack. My thoughts on that. I'm going to give you both sides of the argument, and I'm going to tell you what I think. What's up, Bibby? What's up, Tommy? The Yankees left. I'm better. Could use stress-free fun. Nice. Well, we try to make the stressful things in life fun here. You know, the world's a crazy place. I'm just reporting on it. What else we got? We got the South Korea crowd surge for Halloween. Huge South Korea crowd surge. I wonder. Well, we'll get into it once we're out of the first 5 minutes of the show. But and then a little bit, Ye still in the news. We still got a little bit of Ye in the news. Just a little clip from the Lex Friedman interview. I won't talk long about that. And then some midterm stuff before midterm time, and then we'll get into the second segment. We'll do rapid fire. We'll do memes. I got a lot of funny videos. We'll check those out. We'll do call-ins. And we're kind of going to mix the third segment in with the call-in segment because Robbie L. Brown's going to, for Halloween, for the special Halloween show, I got spooky stories submitted by viewers. And then some of my own, some fun ones. I'm going to do a little bit of Exorcism of Emily Rose movie review / the true story behind that movie, because that's one of my favorite scary movies. Good Halloween movie. And then I'm going to, talk about scary stories from Guatemala, from Flor from Guatemala, telling us about Siguadando. I don't think I pronounced that right. To Robbie telling us about the haunted train crash in McDonough, Georgia. And Tommy submitted a story about the Gray Lady of Evansville, Indiana. And hold on, I got auctions. I also got to watch this for the next 2 hours. I got auctions going on right now. Wait, how you bidding $9, bro? That already been bought out, bro. That's already been bought. It's been binned. You don't see where it says bin? Already binned. Sorry, I got auctions going on cards. But looks like everybody's popping in quick. Happy Halloween, everybody. And finally, a show without Moody Moods. Moody Mods. Nice. I love spooky stories. Might have to call in. If you got a spooky story, let me hear it. We'll get into all that. But first, let's play a song. Let's play a song while people roll in. Let me get... Smashley, I think they watch They say they watch sometimes, but they just don't chat. I don't know why this guy's bidding on something that been bought for a dang day already. Somebody already buy it now, that buddy. Anyway, that's distracting. I'm going to have... This guy keeps bidding on nothing. He bid like 3 times against himself. He went 9, 10, 11. It's been bought since yesterday. What the... Anyway. What's up, Smashley? Bibby is the moodiest mod, though. All right, what was I gonna... Where are my articles? Let's play a new song from Tyson James' Bryce of Gray, kind of relevant. It's called Yay. Let's go.
West, he showed up uninvited.
Let
at the
people
Skechers
roll in.
store
How's everybody doing
Manhattan
tonight?
Beach and was promptly kicked out of the building. The company says it has no intention of working with him after Adidas ended its
Welcome to the
partnership
fight,
with the
bro.
embattled musician.
Probably never
He's
be
also
on
been
another
dropped by
Tonight
several
Show.
other companies for recent
The song
tirades
is
against
sick.
Jews and other racially
Listen.
insensitive incidents.
Welcome to the fight, bro.
Tyson James and Bryson Gray. What's up, Bibby?
Over on this side, we walking
I still
on
got
the
Nick
tight
playing
rope.
on my phone.
It's that narrow gate, forget about that wide road.
He's watching Uncle Tom too.
Welcome to the fight, bro.
Man, I wish he had done this on Friday. Stepping on.
Tonight Show.
Oh, I got the song really loud. My bad, guys. Extreme stepping on my time slot toes. The competitor has entered the ring. Frederica is biting. Happy Halloween, Flora. We're gonna talk about Ciguanado. Frederica is handing out EBT candy. Here's your
This ain't hopscotch, bro, so why you always switch sides? Look, either be on that side or this side, but cut it off with the world, cause you still tied. Just trying to help you, man.
Hey, you said Jezebel don't even stand a chance, Kanye. Looks to me like Jezebel won, at least temporarily. Do you have he wore a COVID mask play on Monster Mask? It's the Monster Mask. Here's Bryson. We get persecuted for the Bible. JP Morgan, close your account. They trying to rob you. Standing by you. Happy Halloween, everybody. I ain't got no candy. We might get some knocks on the door, in which case Echo's gonna bark. He's alright. He's alright. He just wants to. I don't know. It's the only time he'll ever bark. Alright. Can't preach the Bible on YouTube without getting suspended. Welcome to the fight, bro. Stubborn one is probably trick-or-treating with his kids. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be out trick-or-treating with the kids. So, we already got 10 people. Everybody make sure you hit like. Nice. Good ratios here. 15 likes, 10 viewers. Nice. All right. Nice. All right, let's get into this news action. What's going on in the news today? Well, first off, I really want to get to this Pelosi hammer thing. But, it's hammer time, baby. But, and I forgot to clip something. I wanted to clip something. Well, we'll get to it. She's it out echo? What's that mean? Bible stand alone. Shout us out to everybody. Pulling double duty, Lord Bibby. Oh, you modded me and Nick Stream at the same time? Nice. I respect it. All right. So let's talk about Elon first. Elon Musk buys Twitter at last. This is old news by now. This is earlier in the week. The bird is free, tweeted Elon Musk late on October 27th after at last completing his acquisition of Twitter. The world's richest man and third most followed tweeter, fast closing in on Justin Bieber. Now owns arguably the world's most influential news platform. He has news platform. See, they call it a news platform. On one hand, they'll say it's a public, it's a town square, and then the next, they'll say it's a news platform. Which one is it? He has already reportedly sacked Twitter's chief executive and has changed his own Twitter profile to Chief Twit. Nice. Let's play the clip. To roll us in. What I just read was from The Economist. I got all kinds of articles. I'm not going to read all of them, but we're just going to put, we're going to be connecting dots today. I'm going to present to you 3. Josh Ciguanabo is a girl. Ends with an A, not an O. Oh, I keep saying Ciguanabo. Oh, we don't want no Ciguanabo. We want that Ciguanaba. Am I saying it right? Ciguanaba, like that. But she got a dang horse face. Her face looking like a horse. We'll talk about that later. Where's my screen share for articles? That's from The Economist. Where are my clips at? We got clips. Let's play this clip of Elon acquiring the Twitter. Here we go. Oh, we need audio. Here we go.
People who were passing by today said they were surprised.
What's up, Robbie? What's up, Lord Colin B?
Outside the building with a sink. Well, if you take a look at some video that he posted,
LJ is gonna bring the heat in a minute.
See that
he carried in a sink. Funny joke, you know. Kind of
and he literally was
kind of a little too on the nose. I would have maybe carried it in and said, you know, you had everything but the kitchen sink. Now you got the kitchen sink. But he said, let that sink in. At least put it, or do both, you know, make a double pun with it. If you're going to carry in a sink. But this is that autistic comedy. So it's funny in its own special way. Chief Twit. Now these guys, we're going to get into it in a moment when I present to you the article. These guys were walking out of Twitter with their boxes. Now, when I first saw this, I was like, I don't know. I don't know, especially when he holds up the book he's about to hold up. But this is a hoax. This was a hoax. These guys are just some guys trying to go viral. Just so you guys know, off the rip. Let's listen.
And then in the Zoom meeting, you can see the other people that are in there.
Twitter is going insane.
Okay. And it makes me worry about the future of
okay.
It makes me worry about the future of celebrity conservatorships. Like, would Britney happen?
Michelle Obama wouldn't have happened.
And Elon Musk Twitter? I don't know, right? This used to be a town square.
You know, Obama in 2008 wouldn't have happened.
Who laid you off?
Without...
my director. Our entire team got laid off.
Data engineering. Free speech is when...
30 people.
The N-word is trending.
Software engineer.
It's funny when
How long have you been working here?
3 years. Out of college. My first job out of college. Did they tell me? Just walking my desk and asking.
Is that a transformer? I don't know what he is. He had a Michelle Obama
Friday,
book.
as you mentioned. We're here in downtown San Francisco.
He just happened to have the Michelle Obama book on lock. They were trolling. They were epic trolls. I respect it. I respect the game. But they were trolling. But anyway, so yeah, he has acquired Twitter, and his first action to do was to fire some major important people. So we got 4 names. One of them is Vijay Gotti. I'm going to pronounce it right. I know everybody, I think a lot of people jokingly pronounce it wrong, but they're not actually joking. They don't know how to pronounce it. It's Vijay Gotti. Vijay Gotti. And numerous other people. Who else he fired? Where is it at? Let me pull up these articles. So these are both from CNN Business. I know, we're right-leaning around here. People may wonder why I share a lot of left-leaning news sources. Well, 1, so I can poop all over them. And 2, because a lot of CNN doesn't ever give me the pop-ups and all the all the time stuff I have to pay to get past these things. It's a mess, y'all. And so CNN, they just let you get that. They want everybody to soak in that information. But we're going to here to take a poop on it. This exec was central to banning Trump on Twitter. Now she's facing thorny issues in democracies abroad. They're talking about Vijay. 2 months after former U.S. President Donald Trump was inaugurated in 2017, Twitter executive Vijay Gotti was asked how she felt about his proposition that he might not have won the White House, blah, 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 blah. This is her right here. We got a clip. We're going to talk about this. If you guys haven't seen the Joe Rogan interview, this is Vijay Gotti. She's been fired. She's gone. Hold on. What are all the names? First, let me go through the names of everybody. Oh, and he's got to pay him. Now, he fired 4. I don't know where it is in the article. Trump. Man, I think I lost one of the articles. Gotti immigrated. This tells us her life story. She mildly attractive. Anyway, I'm not trying to read all this. He has to pay them. I'm trying to find the article that says the 4. It was 4 people's names. Actually, I haven't wrote down. What am I doing? Parag Agrawal was the CEO, and then Chief Financial Officer Ned Segal, and then Vijay Gotti is responsible for banning Trump, and General Counsel Sam Egat. See, I wrote it down in my notebook. I didn't even have to find it in the articles. What am I doing? But he's got to pay these people. Let's play the clip from Vijay from a long time ago. on Joe Rogan Experience. I'll look at chat while I play. This is the longest clip of the show today, guys. Let me find it. Here we go.
Gentlemen, to my left, Tim Pool. Everybody knows and loves him. Vija, what is how do I pronounce your last name? Vija, not Vija.
Yes.
Vija.
So preface, Tim Pool and then Jack Dorsey and Vija Gotti all on Joe Rogan Experience talking about censorship at the time. The first thing Joe brings up is going to be a guy who was big about a proponent of the carnivore diet, and he had a picture of like a lion eating a deer, and so they banned him. And then the real thing they focus on is the whole gender issue and the dead naming issue. And Tim brings up a very good point that it's an ideological bias because your rules say this, but half of the people don't agree that that's real. And so World Series and Monday Night Football. We got World Series, we got Monday Night Football, we got Trick or Treating, we got Nick Stream, and we got JS Urban Adventures. I mean, I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. Vagina. Let's listen to some of this.
Gaddy.
And your position at Twitter is?
I lead trust and safety, legal, and public policy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. And Jack Dorsey.
We're laughing because...
first of all, thank you everybody for doing this. Now, whose decision is something like that? Like, who decides to lock a guy's account out because it has a nature image of, natural predatory behavior?
On this particular case, it's probably an algorithm that detected it and made some sort of an assessment. But as a general rule, how we operate as a company is we rely on people to report information to us.
You guys hear this?
So if you look at any tweet, you can kind of pull down on the caret on the right, and you can say report the tweet, and you have a bunch of categories you can choose from what you want to report. I think this one in particular, though, is probably an algorithm.
So how does he have the option to protest that or to ask someone to review it?
Absolutely. And I'm guessing that people are already reviewing it, but there's a choice to appeal any action, and that would go to a human to make sure that it is actually a violation of the rules. Or in this case, if it's not, then it would be removed.
Is that a violation of the rules? That image?
I don't think so. I don't think that would be what we're trying to capture in terms of graphic images in an avatar. It's more about violence towards
so right now
humans, unless it was some sort of
warning,
cruelty depicting.
We're not allowed to play this, guys. We might go down temporarily, jump right back, or just keep your eye on the channel. We might go down. I paused it. I don't know if I got it in time. Let's close this. I can't play this. Warning, heads up, we've detected copyright audio in your stream. Let me know, guys, if I start spinning. No more you don't. Yeah, no more she don't work there. No more. Let's see. Let's watch it. Up. What we got? I'm still going after I stopped playing. Sorry, I'm watching the delayed feed right now. We might drop, guys. Might drop. I'm not allowed to play Joe Rogan. It's an interesting conversation with an important person in news right now. How is that not fair use? I'm commentating over it. Maybe I wasn't talking enough. Maybe I didn't skip enough. I don't know. But we're not going to take a risk. JRE got that war money. JRE got that war money. You start playing his videos, he's like, nope. All right, so anyway, I explained the clip. Let's go back to main cam so we can keep our eye. Let me know if the stream goes down. You guys, you seeing spinning? How we doing? Let me know in the chat. Excellent connection. All right. Anyway, so yeah, he fired those 4 people. We had the hoax. Where's the article about the hoax? Yep, here we go. Elon Musk's first day owning Twitter leads to a havoc and a possible hoax about layoffs. Now, they're saying possible hoax. I think it was a hoax. Those people walking out of the building, they were trolls. They were epic trolls. They got on the news. They did exactly what they wanted to do. It's not a coincidence that he had Michelle Obama's book, and he's like, Twitter is the reason we have Michelle Obama. I think they were probably right-leaning trolls, too. I think it was epic. On Elon Musk's first day in control of Twitter, a person who walked out of the company's San Francisco headquarters and identified themselves as data engineer there said they were just laid off. CNBC was not able to immediately verify the identity of the person, and one other who made a similar claim. Yeah, these guys were trolling. And it just repeats, about, we know he took it over. $44 billion. Plus, he's got to give $200 million or $200 billion, whatever the number we just saw, to each of the those 4. They said he has to pay out 3 of them. Maybe he doesn't have to pay out one of them. But he fired 4 big guys. But that sucks. You can't play video or a part of it that's already out there on YouTube, right, Butch? And not to mention, I screen grab it and then I clip it up and I do transitions. I actually spent, the time it took me to watch that, to clip out all the parts. I mean, it's a 3-hour show. I probably skipped through it and recorded stuff for an hour, and then I spent 20 minutes editing the clip and uploading it and all that stuff. So, I actually spent time making it transitional is the word. Plus the fact that I'm talking over it and I have my camera in the corner. And it's a public video. So really it's messed up. You're right, Butch. It's messed up. That should count as fair use for news, reporting for the news. But whatever. Glad we didn't go down. If I didn't catch that, if I didn't look over and see that warning, we would be down right now. Anyway, what else? Elon Musk locks out Twitter. This is my favorite part. Hold on, we don't have the article showing. All right, this is from Breitbart. This is one of my favorite parts of the story so far. Elon Musk locks out Twitter engineers and has Tesla staff review the code. I think we should just stop calling it Twitter and start calling it Tesla, in my personal opinion. And I think this is hilarious. He's like, yo, my engineers are way better than you Silicon Valley, college educated 22-year-old kids that, we saw the videos that kind of went viral this week of the Meta employee. She's like, my day, I wake up and I do a little workout and I drink my coffee and then I go up on the roof and I do some work from my phone and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like these kids, like, I don't know, I guess it's a blessing, but they got this little mindless job where they live in a bubble and it's crazy. But Elon comes in and says, nope, we got the Texas boys rolling in here. We got Texas Tesla, Texas Tesla coming in, engineers to review your code. We're going to find all the bots. We're going to totally rewrite the code. I got a hit piece from some little, website nobody's ever heard of, theverge.com. Welcome to hell, Elon. The hit pieces are coming, the fear mongers, it's going to be horrible. Twitter is a disaster. You fucked up real good, kiddo. That's what the article says from The Verge. Twitter. Now, I'm not giving this website any credence. It's just something I found that we're reading. It's funny. Twitter is a disaster clown car company that is successful despite itself, and there is no possible way to grow users and revenue without making a series of enormous compromises that will ultimately destroy your reputation and possibly cause grievous damage to other companies. I say this with utter confidence because the problems with Twitter are not engineering problems. They are political problems. Twitter, the company, makes very little interesting technology. The tech stack is not the valuable asset. The asset is the user base. Right. Their currency is views. Their currency is hopelessly addicted politicians, reporters, celebrities, and other people who should know better but keep posting anyway. No, there is those, but I think the more hopelessly addicted thing that is important to Twitter are the people who are not politicians, reporters, celebrities. They're just everybody. They're you and me. They're the nobodies. That's Twitter's currency. They need attention. The same with YouTube, which is going to bring me to my big point on this in a moment. You, Elon, are addicted to Twitter. You're the asset. You just bought yourself $44 billion. You just bought yourself for $44 billion. Whatever. Anyway, this is stupid. I don't even know why I'm reading this. Musk took over Twitter. Then some users began testing the chaos. Now, I'm going to share something interesting with you guys. Nice, but it's Twexus. Twelon. What up, Dean? I got to watch my auctions. So shortly after Elon Musk took control of Twitter, this is from USA News, some conservative personalities wasted no time to jump on the platform and recirculate long-debunked conspiracy theories, and a tongue-in-cheek attempt to test whether Twitter's policies on misinformation were still being enforced. So these are reports of people tweeting things like Vaseline is dangerous. And here, I'm reading the article, YouTube. Just reading the article. Let's see. Popular right-wing pundits tweeted buzzwords such as ivermectin and Trump won. Well, first off, the ivermectin thing isn't a big deal anymore. You can talk about ivermectin now. It's not a problem. The only reason you couldn't talk about ivermectin and hydrochloroquine when they first came out is because they were trying to get emergency use access for the Vaseline. So they couldn't have an alternate treatment. So if anybody mentioned any sort of alternate treatment, they had to shut that down immediately. Now you can talk about ivermectin and hydrochloroquine. It's fine. And Trump won to see whether they'd be penalized. I mean, neither of those are even edgy. Like ivermectin and Trump won. I don't know how edgy that is. You're not going to get banned for that in either one. You need to push it a little farther. Like maybe the N-word. And apparently the N-word is trending now. But let me share something with you guys. When I was compiling these articles last night for the show, and I Google searched N-word trending on Twitter, that was a headline from like 2 or 3 months ago. And now when I try to find that headline, I can't find it. And all I see on Google, let me show you what I see on Google. Now, I'm telling you, you can believe me or not. I don't care. But I'm telling you, last night when I Googled N-word trending on Twitter, I got an article from months ago that said the N-word was the number 2 most popular trending word. It was from somewhere between a month and 3 months ago. But now when I look on Google today, within a day, all I see is from 1 day ago, 2 days ago. I couldn't find this 2 days ago. I looked for this yesterday and I couldn't find it because I was going to put in the show, N-word trending. Then when I was researching it, I was like, oh, it's not actually a new thing. This has been happening for months now. And now I can't even find the article that I read yesterday, and I didn't save it. I didn't save it because I was like, oh, it's not pertinent to Elon buying Twitter. It's been happening. It probably has to do with something different other than Elon buying Twitter. But now I see that it is trending now. 3 days ago, 1 day ago, neo-Nazi anti-Semitism and the N-word. N-word jumps 500% after Elon buys Twitter. I think this is all bogus, guys, because based on my research for the show, it's been trending in the top 3 for months now. So, just an interesting thing I found. Pulling down 200K a year. I probably tweeted those items at least a dozen times or more. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. The N-word's trending. People are testing the algorithms. I want to warn everybody. So here's my meme makers celebrate Elon Musk Twitter takeover. Yeah. I want to warn everybody that we've talked about this in past shows. It does not matter if Elon owns Twitter, if Kanye owns Parler, if Trump owns Truth, if they are selling their apps on the Google App Store or on the Apple App Store, then they still have to go through the same fact checker. And I've been telling you guys this, and I'm about to give you proof here in a moment when we start talking about Paul Pelosi. I'm going to show you proof that just because Elon owns Twitter now, it doesn't mean the censorship rules change. He's not in charge of that. Now, maybe he's going to make some changes that will make him in charge of that. But as it currently stands, the fact checkers, the Reuters, the Snopes, the PolitiFact, the ADL, the SPLC, these groups own censorship, and they own Silicon Valley, and they essentially own the distribution of all of these social media apps. So, but anyway, meme makers celebrate Elon's Twitter takeover. Twitter users flooded the social media platform with memes celebrating Tesla CEO Elon. I couldn't find many Tesla memes this week, but we got good memes. I saw one that had the N word in all caps, lowercase capital, and lowercase, about 6 lines each. Yeah, I saw that too, Butch. Unfortunately, I'm not going to share that meme on the show today, but all right. So that should be it for Elon and for Tesla, for the Tesla news. We talked about the trending. People are testing the algorithms. We're going to come back to this in just a moment, but right now we're going to move on to our next story, which I would argue is probably a bigger story, more interesting, especially for Halloween. We got unregistered hammer assault with a deadly hammer, guys. We have hammer violence. Insane, non-common sense hammer violence. It's hammer time. I think I got a clip. Should I play the clip first? Oh, this clip is amazing, guys. This clip is amazing. I will lead us into the news story after the clip. Guys, you got to watch this clip. I really like this clip. I think I did a good job here. And I left one part out. That should have been at the end. Maybe I can pull it up. But anyway, here's the clip. Here's my conspiracy theory. Are you guys ready for it? We're going to talk about the Pelosi stabbing. The Pelosi hammer attack of Paul Pelosi. Are you guys ready? I got to be very careful with this one. Because they're on it. They're on it like white on rice and a glass of milk and a paper plate in a snowstorm. So let's watch this clip. I think you guys will enjoy this. Here we go.
Hey, 14-hour copy. RP stated that there's a male in the home and that he's going to wait for his wife. RP stated that he doesn't know who the male is, but he advised that his name is David and that he is a friend.
He doesn't know who the male is, but his name is David, and he's a friend.
RP sounded somewhat.
Uh-oh. David. They don't know who he is, but his name is David. He's a friend. Interesting.
Units code 3 at 2640 Broadway for 14 hours.
What do we have here? We have a mystery on our hands. A whodunit, some may say.
And it's developing now. We're learning more about the man accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband. That happened early this morning. Now, we've learned the suspect specifically targeted the couple's San Francisco home. Authorities say Paul Pelosi was attacked and severely beaten with a hammer. The 82-year-old suffered blunt force trauma to his head and body. He was attacked with a hammer? Doctors say he is
attacked by a stranger inside Nancy Pelosi's longtime San Francisco home. Sent
Look at that window. Did you see that window?
Serious head injuries.
I prayed for
glass was on the ground on the outside.
I know
that was odd.
Pelosi's and
for a break-in.
This is tragic.
I know break-ins.
Literally.
I've never seen one like that. Kamala's talking about it. Who uses a hammer? Who do we know who likes to wield a hammer?
David DePepe, just after 2 a.m. on Friday. Hammer. Police say they found him inside the U.S. House Speaker's home, fighting over a hammer with the Speaker's husband, Paul Pelosi. The Speaker was in Washington at the time.
The suspect pulled the hammer away from Ms. Pelosi.
We have somebody with an assault
violently
hammer.
Assaulted him with it.
In social media posts that have since been taken down, DePepe posted conspiracy theories about COVID vaccines, the 2020 election, and the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Where are you, Nancy? We're looking for you!
Where are you, Nancy? Was shouted by those who violently stormed the Capitol on January 6th, ransacking the Speaker's office. Following that, Capitol Police say there were almost 10,000 threats to members of Congress just in 2021 and all over the country.
Who's this lady?
Many public officials fear for their safety.
Oh, man.
It's targeted Republicans, Democrats, far right, far left, and local level
I see
officials.
Pepe in the chat.
Members
Space
are
Cadet
wearing
Pepe.
bulletproof vests to meetings. This is a real danger, and it's got to stop.
From Pelosi.
Enough is enough is enough.
There's Joe. Joe's even talking about it.
Needs to clearly and unambiguously.
Uh-oh. Hammer wielder. Hold on, guys. I'm putting two and two together. What is this? A hammer? Nancy likes hammers. Nancy has been known to wield hammers.
2640 Broadway, across the...
Oh my gosh, guys. I think we've stumbled onto the truth. Nancy with the hammer in the library. The hammer ties them together right there. They need to make that hammer illegal. We need common sense hammer reform. Where's Nancy? And speaking of Pepe, is it a coincidence that this guy's name is David DePepe? We have Pepe the Frog. There's too many coincidences. A hammer attack. Well, Nancy is known to wield a hammer. Pepe, he's got a strangely right-leaning sounding name there. That's kind of odd that he would have a name like that. And then we have news, guys. We got news. Let's look at what the news has to say about this information that we've gotten so far. We're hearing a lot of conflicting reports. I'm going to give you guys both sides of the argument. I'm going to tell you what the left is saying and what the right is saying, and what I think the truth is. And it doesn't lie in the middle. You know, it's not a centrist thing. It's actually outside of all of it, I think. But we got to be careful. We got to be careful because they don't want any sort of disinformation. So let's take it to CNN for the breakdown of the story first, just to start us off. Suspect in Paul Pelosi attack had bag with zip ties. He had zip ties. The man who was alleged to have attacked Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, with a hammer in the couple's San Francisco home, had with him a bag that contained multiple zip ties, among other things, according to two sources who have been briefed on the incident. In addition, the zip ties, the suspect also had duct tape, according to a law enforcement source. David DePepe, 42, faces charges of attempted homicide, assault with a deadly weapon, elder abuse, burglary, and other felonies in relation to the Friday morning attack, said San Francisco Police Chief William Scott. In Florida, that would definitely be punishable by life. In San Francisco, with California's light on crime policies, he's probably going to be out next week. Well, maybe not, since he attacked a politician. Allegedly. All of this is allegedly, by the way, guys, just to give you an idea of where I'm going. Gossip. Stop the sale of hammers. It's political framing. Dean, that sounds about right. But let's tie this back into Elon real quick. Our boy Elon. Elon Musk, new owner of Twitter, tweets unfounded anti-LGBTQ conspiracy theory about Paul Pelosi attack. Now, you're saying the guy who just bought Twitter posted. Now, let's just read the article. I'll give you my version of the article right now. Is basically Hillary Clinton shared her version of the story, which is a far left version of the story, which is what you're going to see from most media sources. You're going to see this guy posted about QAnon. This guy posted about the January 6th insurrection, and he went in the house and he was yelling, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" with a hammer, just like she wields. And he's a far-right MAGA Trump supporting guy. Just in time. This is the October surprise, by the way, guys. Just so you didn't, in case you didn't know, this is the October surprise. Now, this is going to be twisted by both political parties. So, on the left, we're hearing he's a far-right, crazy, January 6th type guy, insurrectionist, white supremacist, white nationalist. He's probably a Christian. He's probably a MAGA Republican, right? That's what we're hearing from people like Hillary Clinton. Now, Twitter, Chief Tweet here, the owner, Elon, goes on Twitter and says, "Hillary, I don't know if that's 100% accurate, because I heard something from, I believe it's called the Sun Times or something, and I found those articles while I was reading about this, but I'm not allowed to share them because the Silicon Valley fact checkers are shutting all that down as dangerous misinformation just in time for elections, which I would call election meddling. But let's read about it. Elon Musk, the new owner of Twitter, tweeted and deleted. So he had to delete his own message, kowtowing, just like with the Ukrainian satellites that he said, "I'm not going to pay for their internet anymore." And then everybody got butthurt, and he said, "Okay, I guess I'm going to keep paying for their internet." The same thing here. He made a tweet. He pulled it down and deleted it. Zip ties in his underwear? Yeah. But he's a progressive. Yeah, Robbie. Yep. Hammer action. Bringing the hammer down. From a website a website that has a history of publishing false information. It's like the Sun Times or something. It's part of the Times. Musk responded, and in anything that goes against their narrative, they're going to say it has a history of conspiracy theories. Musk responded to former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton when she tweeted out a Los Angeles, so she can share a Los Angeles Times story, but then he shares another Times story, which they're probably owned by the same people. It doesn't. Does it say the name? Because I found it. It was like the Sun Times or Sun Coast Times or something like that. Los Angeles Times story about how David DePepe, the suspect in the attack on Paul Pelosi, had spread far-right conspiracy theories. So there we go. We got the left saying he's a far-right conspiracy theory. Clinton tweeted the link to that story along with the message the Republican parties and its mouthpieces now regularly spread hate and deranged conspiracy theories. It is shocking but not surprising that violence is the result. As citizens, we must hold them accountable for their words and actions that follow. Musk wrote to Clinton at 8:15 a.m. on Sunday, linking to a story published on a right-wing Santa Monica Observer. Okay, so I'm thinking of something different. My bad, guys. On a right-wing website called the Santa Monica Observer. That questioned the circumstances of the attack on Pelosi. According to an archived version of the story, there's a tiny possibility that there might be more to this story than meets the eye, he wrote. And then he took it down. Now, here's the thing. If Twitter is a news platform, which we read earlier, that Twitter is a news platform, how is it not fascist to shut down opposing news platforms as misinformation for questioning things? Isn't that the job of the media? Isn't that part of journalism? Isn't that the whole point of journalism, is to find the truth by asking questions? Similar to science, we observe things and then we question things and we try to find the answers, right? Isn't that how journalism is supposed to work? But if Hillary Clinton says it's misinformation, well, she controls the fact checkers, and the fact checkers control the social media. So Musk deleted the tweet early Sunday afternoon as late Sunday morning. It had more than 24,000 repeats. The fact-checking website, Media Bias /Fact Check, rates the Santa Monica Observer as a questionable source. So since this fact-checking website, which I would say they're a questionable source, right, says that it's a questionable source, even the owner of Twitter has to remove his tweets. So I really want you guys to understand that censorship has nothing to do with who owns Twitter, who owns Parler, who owns True Social. It doesn't matter. It has to do with how they're not going to be able to distribute their product without going through these fact-checking sites. So Media Bias Fact Check said the website's article about the attack appears to be fake and defamatory. And now, if I pulled up that article for you guys, I could get my channel taken down. I could get a hard strike for sharing harmful disinformation, especially before an election. They're being very serious about it. So, attacker, definitely not a Democrat. Just wanted... Oh, we got a trick-or-treater. You hear echo? Hold on one second, guys. I wish I had candy, man. Dang, I feel bad I don't have no candy. Echo, stop. Sorry, guys. We got our first trick-or-treater. I don't got no candy. I feel bad. I could have given him some hot sauce or habanero pepper. Oh, man. That was cute. It had like 3 or 4 little kids at the door just now. Should have saved those trout eyes for the kids. I'm handing flaming hot popcorn, but it's over now. We got rained out here in Maryland. What was I talking about? Yeah, so the fact checkers are the real lords. It doesn't even matter. Elon's got to take his post down because Hillary says something. He says, Hillary, I don't know so much if that's correct. And they make him take his post down. Like, who's really in charge here? Is it Elon or is it Hillary? What kind of power does Hillary have? So That's interesting. Alleged Paul, but now let's look into, let's look more into this DePepe guy. Let's check this out. Alleged Paul Pelosi attacker posted multiple conspiracy theories. So here's, like I was saying, first, we're going to have CNN, we're going to have MSDNC, all these networks telling us he's a far right guy, posted conspiracy theories and blah, 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 blah. So that's what they're talking about. He posted conspiracy theories about QAnon and September 11th and blah, blah, blah. Similar to that other guy that went up in you remember the QAnon shaman? Similar to him. It kind of sounds a lot like that. I can't remember the recent story, but I'm seeing this as I do this show and as I look into these things. I keep seeing things happen where something will happen. Somebody will, a mass shooter or something, and then they'll come out and they'll say, look at all this stuff he did. He was a far right guy. And then I'll see the people on the right come out and say, well, look at all this stuff that says he was a far left guy. And, I'm a skeptic's skeptic. So, I question even the conspiracy theories. So I'm not just going to go along with somebody tells me a cool conspiracy theory. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. But I'm going to question the conspiracy theory. I'm going to question everything. And I don't know what I'm seeing is a trend. So first we get the far right stuff. He's a far right guy. The Guardian, what we know, but then we start to find out more. The Guardian, he was a hemp jewelry maker who posted conspiracy theories on Facebook. A hemp jewelry maker. And I wonder if we have any pictures. I think we got some pictures. Let me pull up these pictures. The Pape pics. Let's see. We should. The man accused of breaking into the home of U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco and beating her husband with a hammer grew up in Canada. He was a Canadian, became a nudist activist in the Bay Area, and spread far-right... Wait, what kind of Canadian nudist, is spreading far-right conspiracy theories before being linked to the attack on Friday, according to relatives and various media reports? David DePape, the 42-year-old suspect, booked with attempting to murder Paul Pelosi, grew up in Powell River, British Columbia, but left about 2 decades ago to maintain a romantic relationship that led him to California, his stepfather, Gene DePape, told. So I wonder what the romantic relationship, interesting. Now, so again, I've given you the left. They say he's a far-right conspiracy theorist. He hated Nancy Pelosi because he was far-right. He's an insurrectionist guy. You're saying, where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? Because he said that in the January 6th stuff. That's what the left's saying. What's the right saying? Well, the right is saying he is... I got to be careful with this. This is not what I'm saying, YouTube. This is what I'm hearing and what, the counter argument is. Now, we have what we know. I'll tell you what we know in a second, but what I'm hearing is, he was apparently in his underwear. I'm hearing stories of him being in his underwear. Now, I can't find this on mainstream media for the most part, or they're trying to bury it already. But he was in his underwear. The glass was broken towards the outside, which, why would the glass be broken going outwards? How did this guy get there? Did he walk there in his underwear at night at 2 a.m? It's odd. We heard the cop call. The cop call, it says he's a friend, but they don't know who he is. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Why can't we see any surveillance footage? This house is protected by surveillance and security for the third most important person in America, potentially in the world. Where's the surveillance footage? So, and what I'm hearing from the right is this guy was a homosexual, and potentially they knew each other. The guy came back to the house. Some things went wrong. Potentially, I'm hearing maybe there was no hammer attack. Maybe this was all... I don't know, because now we're leaning towards what I think. But I'm hearing it was these are what people are saying. This is what that Observer article that Elon was referring to was saying, that it could have been a gay lover. It could have been a prostitute. Maybe they met at the gay bar, something like that. That's what I'm hearing from, like the right, the counter argument. What I think, somewhere not in the middle, somewhere outside of that. Let me show you what we know about the guy. Let me show you what we know about the guy. A nudist activist from Canada with a girlfriend. I have pictures. He broke in saying, "Where's Nancy?" Okay, that's from AP. What is this? This is his girlfriend. Nudist ex-lover of Paul Pelosi attacker is female pedophile who molested a boy, 14-year-old. So his girlfriend, he's Canadian. He's a nudist activist. And the love affair that his stepdad was talking about was another nudist activist who was a convicted pedophile who attacked Paul Pelosi. Is a pedophile who attempted to kidnap a 14-year-old boy and allegedly bought sex dolls for her sons to use. This is from Magazine Bulletin. I don't know how reliable this is. This is just, we're reading everything. Oksane Gypsy Taub, 53, the former lover of David DePape, who was charged with attacking Pelosi, was convicted in 2021 for child abuse. So, and then I got pictures. I got pictures of this guy's house. Let's look at some David DePape pictures. So this is his house. He's got a Black Lives Matter sign. He's got a rainbow American, quote unquote, flag with pot leaves on it. Let me zoom in for you guys. Actually, that's not a Black Lives Matter flag. That is something standing united against hate. I can't read the first word up here. I don't know what that says, guys. United against hate. But this is the flag. It's a giant pot leaf flag, defacing the American flag, turning it into a gay stoner flag in one fell swoop. So, this is a picture of his house. What else we got? This is a picture of him. He's a nudist activist. This is a nudist rally. He's not naked here, which is odd. This is odd. Is this his lover? Is this the PDF file lover who molested 14-year-old boys and bought sex dolls for his sons? We don't know. There she is. That's her getting arrested naked at a nudist thing. Now, this is the far right guy, the far right QAnon insurrectionists that we're being told about. Similar to the Q shaman in January 6th who gets, he's wearing the Viking horns. He's got video game tattoos on his arms. He gets in jail and he's asking for a pescatarian diet or some special, herbal diet or something. Like, that's no conservative I've ever known. They're wearing surgical masks. So here's what I think. I think he's a Fed. I think that I got to be careful, but I think this whole thing is a false flag. And I don't even know if I believe that dude got attacked with a hammer. You think people with this high of power and this level of power can't completely fabricate something like this? I don't know if the DePape guy was gay and it was a gay lover thing. I think I'm leaning more towards like some MK Ultra mind control sort of something like that. Like this guy is framed. This guy's being framed. This DePape guy was being framed. They picked out a Ponzi and somehow they brought him into the house. And like, I'm sure this guy's probably not all mentally there. 100% alt-right winger. You think the DePape guy's an alt-right winger? I don't think so. I think he's gay. I think he's a gay pothead, hemp-selling nudist from Canada. I don't think he's an alt-right. He wouldn't be in my club. Like, I'm not going to hang out with that guy. First word was Berkeley. The Vaseline, French fries. They have plenty of actors to play these roles. False flag nation. That's what I'm saying, broski bear. And now I feel like I can. Okay, how can I can't. I have to be very careful how I say this, because if Paul Pelosi was injured, then I'm in danger by saying that it's fake, because it would be, I can't say that about. So, how do I say this? Basically, maybe he was hurt, but I think the dude was crazy, and I think that for some reason he was put into that position to be the fall guy, to make this happen. And also, here's the thing: Paul Pelosi is going to recover. He's going to be fine. He spent the night in the hospital. Can anybody explain to me how a violent hammer attack ends with a one-night hospital visit? I tell you what, I don't know. This David DePape guy looks pretty big based on that picture. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He looks like Michael Myers right there. Okay? This guy's coming after you with a hammer. You're 82 years old. You're not dead. That's the biggest thing with me. You think that I can't kill an 80? Okay, I got to be careful. Do you think that this guy couldn't kill an 82-year-old man who has a problem with drinking? Honestly, probably drunk at 2 a.m. They're awake at 2 a.m. in their underwear playing together. You think this guy ain't killing an 82-year-old man with a hammer? You outside your damn mind. That's all I got to say. Just say you disagree with the media's comment. Throw the word allegedly. Allegedly. This guy allegedly couldn't kill an 82-year-old with a hammer alone in his house at 2 a.m. What was Paul Pelosi would have been sleeping, right? He would have been asleep. For some reason, his phone was in the bathroom charging. But I got to assume you're sleeping at 2 a.m. Giant Michael Myers nudist Canadian breaks into your house with a hammer. You're 82 years old. You don't have a gun. Somehow you run to the bathroom. You call the cops. There's not an emergency. There's a friend who you don't know who stopped by your house by breaking through your window at 2 a.m. with a hammer. But he's a friend who you don't know. Can you get a wellness check? Does any of this make any sense at all? It doesn't make sense. How do you think how do you hit an 80-year-old in the head with a hammer and not kill him? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you agree, JS, with what? Press 1 if he looks like JS doppelganger. I don't think so. But anyway, Johnny, why are you always so on my nuts about my looks? Like, that's all you talk about, bro. It's kind of weird. It's kind of sus. Just to be honest with you, dude. It's kind of freaking me out. You remind me like this guy, like you're going to show up in my window with a hammer, Johnny Bender. But Johnny Bender is one of my favorite pop culture characters. I love The Breakfast Club. I just think it's kind of sus. Super sus. Anyway, I'm not, bro. It's too cold. Doesn't make sense, but you look like him. Okay. It's too cold in San Francisco to run around in underwear. Weak troll, Johnny. He's like a troll, but he's a nice. I don't know. I don't know. Johnny Bender's he's an interesting character. He's new to the show. Welcome. He's new. But I really don't like Johnny when we're on other people's shows and you like spam my name in chat on other people's shows. Because then they think that I'm like doing an alt account and trying to promote myself or something. But anyway, but if you want to have conversations in other chats, that's fine. I'm just saying not too much, not so much. So yeah, his girlfriend was blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's my thoughts on the Pelosi thing. It's all very questionable. I'm not sure what to take on it, but I know that fact checkers are already all over this, and we got to be careful. Hold on, it's Halloween. I got to turn my lights off again. I turned them on because those trick-or-treaters shut up. See what Nick's talking about. Oh, Nick's on. Be right back. I'll have to watch the Uncle Tom 2 stuff later. I'm not trolling. Anyway, all right. Let's keep it going. All right, next story. Before we get into our Halloween stuff, let me just burn through these real quick. A lot of stories. South Korea last night. South Korea morning after Halloween crowd crush kills at least 153, including 2 Americans. So the number has gone from 149 to 150, 153. It could go higher. This is from yesterday. It may be higher by now. Oh, by the way, let me make sure I got all my clips. I showed the pics. Yeah, here we go. Here's our Korea clip. Let's watch this.
Comfortable calm of a country in mourning. People leaving flowers where lives were lost as police search for clues to explain why.
Here in Itaewon, crowds are trying to move through this narrow alley last night. Now the area has been completely closed off as police secure what has become a crime scene.
The scale of the tragedy is staggering. More than 150 dead, at least 130 injured, 24 in critical condition. Crushed in a surge in a popular area where crowds have gathered to celebrate Halloween.
Now,
an estimated 100,000 people trying to move through narrow streets.
I understand
Witnesses
people die
say
in
there were
situations
too few
like
police
this,
around to control the sheer mass of people. Then people started collapsing, like dominoes, said one survivor. In videos
is there
of the
a reason
scene,
why
music
these
is still
people
blaring from bars,
maybe weaker,
muffling cries for help. Authorities say nearly all victims have been identified.
Something that makes
most
them
of them in
less
their 20s
able
and 30s, and mostly women.
to
Among
breathe
the
well,
dead, 2 Americans. Ann
in
Giesky,
large
a
groups,
nursing junior from Kentucky doing a semester abroad.
a nursing
and
student
Stephen
in
Blessey,
Kentucky.
a 20-year-old
These are the
business student
Americans.
from Marietta, Georgia. His father,
Marietta,
Steve,
Georgia.
made frantic calls, then received one from
Like, are there
U.S.
any life
officials
decisions
telling
these
him
people
his
may
son
have
had
made
died. I
that
can't
could
imagine the
potentially
suffering he endured, he said in
make
a
it
text message.
harder
If
for
I
their
could take
heart
his
to
place,
work
I would.
in
Families and
claustrophobic,
friends still
tight
searching
situations
for
like this,
missing
harder to
loved ones
breathe
are flooding a nearby community center. While the area where
in
so many
mass,
bodies
so
were
that
sprawled
150
is
of
now
them would
a
just
special
drop.
disaster zone and still littered with debris.
Or
a mass of mostly young
was it
people
just that
celebrating
bad?
Halloween
Was it that
festivities in
packed of the
Seoul
crowd that
became trapped
that
and
they just
crushed
died?
as the
Or
crowd surged into a
is there
narrow
something
alley,
more
killing at
nefarious
least
behind this? Is what I'm
149
asking.
people and injuring 150
There's
others
bodies.
in
Bodies
South
on the
Korea's
floor.
worst disaster in years. Emergency workers and pedestrians desperately performed CPR on people lying in the streets after the crash in the capital's leisure district of Itaewon Saturday night.
That's crazy. They're all doing CPR.
Authorities said the death toll could rise further and that an unspecified number among the injured were in critical condition. An estimated 1 lakh people had gathered in Itaewon for the country's biggest outdoor Halloween festivities since the pandemic began.
That's what happens when you
Call
go
of
to
a country
a
in
massive
mourning.
Korean Halloween parade. Just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. I'm not hating on the Halloween celebrators. It is a demonic holiday, but we'll let it slide. One day of the year, we'll let it slide. Damn, look at that lineup. Yeah, it's like they had the running of the bulls run through that street. Yeah, some articles I see say stampede, but some articles that I've read just simply say crowd surge, and that they were just too packed and they kind of were just kind of moving in. But then I've read other articles that say it was like a stampede, like a real stampede. So that's the South Korean news. Oh, I didn't read the article. Anyway, the news report said it all. Updates on Kanye. He's almost out of the news, guys. Not really. He'll be in the news for a minute, I'm sure. But updates. So first off, he wasn't according to him and Forbes. It's weird. I think he's playing a game here. He came out and said he lost $2 billion in one day after Adidas, Balenciaga, and Gap severed ties over his offensive behavior. But also he was saying he was getting screwed on. He wasn't making any money in the Lex Friedman interview, which we have a little clip from that. Just a short clip, just a funny little short clip. But the Lex Friedman interview happened pretty good. Again, different than the Tucker interview, different than the Drink Champs interview. It's like another different Kanye. He was more of he was writing stuff down and drawing pictures and getting lost in his thoughts. He was trying to be more like a philosopher, whereas the Drink Champ ones, he was trying to act more like your typical black guy. And then the Tucker one, he was trying to act like a conservative. So I respect it. He's doing these different characters for these different interviews. He's saying the same things, but he's saying it in different ways, and it's really captivating, all his interviews. But he said he wasn't like this doesn't make sense. So I think he's lying here. I think this is like just a publicity stunt sort of thing, because supposedly he was only worth like 1.5 billion. And then he says he lost 2 billion, but Adidas only says he lost like 400 million. But now supposedly he's worth 400 million. I don't know. It's confusing, and I really think it's all just imaginary numbers. I think he's going to be fine. He's got plenty of money, and this is all for headlines. But Spotify is keeping his music. A lot of people said we got to ban him. You tried to ban Joe Rogan for his past of saying the N-word so many times, blah, 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 out of context. You take you wanted to ban Joe Rogan. Why won't you ban Kanye? And they said basically it's his interviews outside of our platform on podcasts that are getting him in trouble, not his music. His music isn't saying this stuff, so we're going to keep his music on the platform. Plus, they make a lot of money off his music. They're not going to take that L. They're not going to take that L. How many clones of this clown Kanye are there? I don't know. I don't think Kanye's a clown. I think he's a genius. Donda reopens Academy less than 24 hours after closure, so they shut his school down. He has a Christian school named after his mom where they focus not on useless things that you learn in school. In most schools, they focus on engineering. They focus on the STEM fields. They focus on worship. They focus on scripture and philosophy and things like that. And, you got to be privileged to go to Donda. You're going to be with the elite. I don't know necessarily how good that is, but I think it's a good thing if he wants to build a Montessori and educate people. That's an important mission, and he's doing a good job. But so they shut down Donda. So the Democrats, who are always talking about the importance of education and how we can't hold down the black man, right? The Democrats shut down a man's Christian school, basically, is what happened for underprivileged youth. A lot of them are underprivileged, and he brings them in, and I think it's kind of hypocritical of them, don't you think? Just like everything else they do. But Donda reopens in less than 24 hours, and he asked 50 to build a Donda in Houston. 50 answered, yes, but you need to chill out. We'll talk about this later. Right now, you need to cool down and drop off the radar. You're hot right now, and I respect it. I like 50 and I like Kanye. So, and if they're building schools, that's awesome. I know I need to stop saying Kanye. I'm calling him Cassius. His name is Ali. I lost $20 and I'm pissed. What's up, Red Dirt Farm? How'd you lose $20? After Ye, it'll just be Dot. It'll be a symbol. It'll be the artist formerly known as Ye. I'm not into entertainers and celebrities. All game here to distract you. I have promoted this show in JLP chat. Well, thank you, Ryan. At you. Don't do it too much so that they get mad at me or anything. But that's fine. Thank you, Ryan. At you. You're nuts to believe half the stuff most politicians say. It wasn't long ago he took over MCB Stadium in ATL for about a month. Who else can do that? Oh, are you talking about for his Jesus is King, where he was holding services there, Sunday services? Yeah, man. When Jesus is King came out, he did free concerts. We had a free one here in Salt Lake City at the Gateway, and it was like a church service. It was amazing, dude. I don't care what nobody says. I respect him. He's got a lot of mess, but everybody's got a lot of mess. I think he's doing more to keep Christianity alive than a lot of people are. And then, I think I got one clip. Yeah, I got a clip of Ye from the Lex Friedman interview, just like a 2-minute clip.
It kind of dictates and can kind of.
It's funny because he talks about being Mario and chasing after the princess.
I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare and post Steve Jobs and post Elon and post Ye and post Drake way to communicate.
So he's talking about the word shall and the word can't, and he's trying to find a better way because he doesn't like shall. And he doesn't like can't, saying I shall do something or I can't do something or I can do something.
This, but we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning, Johnny, and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about
other people's show talking about
there'll be times when I'm at war. And every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family.
For the removal.
And I'll think
One
about
person
Kim.
Voted, Johnny.
And I think about how
Johnny Bender,
King Koopa has her in the castle.
It's
right
American,
now,
not
song,
American. King Koopa got
Mario
princess
Brothers,
in the castle.
You go for the princess, and you get to this level, and it's like, dur, 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 dur. I'm like, I sung the song wrong, right?
The queen has been kidnapped, taken to the next castle.
Which one are you, Mario?
Oh, it's so annoying when you beat the first world of Mario, and then you find out
dictates and can
you find out that it's not over yet. She getting taken to another castle. You got to keep fighting. Everybody voted. This is all if he decides to run. I'm looking at it, Johnny. Nobody voted. I don't see nothing. Nothing. Look. Nobody pushed one. Oh, Lord Spike is there. He pushed one. We got 1-1. We got Fentanyl Floyd. Oh, shoot. What are you guys even voting on? They're pushing 1 because Hake said press 1 if you can hear. They're not pushing 1 because of anything you said, Johnny. Calm down, buddy. And I think it's over. Is it over? Or is it still going? It says it's still going. Oh, no, it's not going. Anyway. Scroll up. I did scroll up. They were answering Hake. Yep, they were, Johnny. Yep, they were. All right, what else do I got? Last but not least, midterm updates. 6, 7. Oh, nice. We're making good time. So then we can open up the line. We might got some fun stuff. I just thought the Donda story was important. They're trying to shut down his school. It's just ridiculous. I voted over a week ago. What is everyone voting for? We got to vote. We got to vote for midterms. The battle for control, the latest headlines. Let's look at CNN. I'm not even going to read all these articles. We're just going to look at the headlines from CNN updates. Senate control is likely to come down to these 4 states. Republicans ride optimistic wave into closing week of campaign with all eyes on the fight for Senate control. 5 takeaways from the second Georgia gubernatorial debate. I don't know. I hope Kemp wins that. More than 20% pre-election ballots cast in voting ahead of the 2022 midterms. Anyway, so let's talk about my local, the only Utah Senate run. This is a very important thing because Utah is a very pro-Trump state. From my experience, my anecdotes, from my lived experience, most of the people in Utah outside of the city, we have to separate these inner city areas like Salt Lake City in Utah. We kind of have to separate it out. But outside of the city, and even a large percent of the city, they're Mormon, but Mormons consider themselves Christians. So for the sake of the argument, we'll say they're Christians. They're Christian people. They're conservative. They're farmers. They're desert. They're living in the desert. They got lots of land, cows, all these things. They're not with the mess. We were a very pro-Trump state. And then Romney turned out to be a rhino and flipped on us. And now every Utah man that I know can't wait to vote to get Romney the hell out of here. We got to get Romney out. Our only Senate race in the midterms is basically coming down to between Mike Lee and Evan McMullin. I don't know much about either of them. Evan McMullin was a Republican. This year he's running as an independent against Mike Lee. Mike Lee is a classic conservative. He is a conservative. What am I looking for? The document. Constitutional conservative. A classic constitutional conservative. Mike Lee will vote against what some conservatives and some Republicans might want him to vote because he is a constitutionalist. He's a constitutional purist. He knows the Constitution in and out, and that's how he votes. And he is, I believe he's the incumbent. Yeah, he's the incumbent. He's in there right now. But Evan McMullin is actually putting up a bit of a fight this year. And Evan McMullin is paired with Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney does not want Mike Lee in the Senate. Mitt Romney wants Evan McMullin, who is not a Republican. He's running as an independent this year. And basically what they're telling us is, and they're both big-time anti-Trump. They're never Trumpers. Romney and Evan McMullen are both, well, I guess he's not a rhino because he's an independent now, quote unquote. He's just being an independent because he doesn't want to be put with the Trumpers. He's anti-Trump. Evan McMullen, Senator Mike Lee locked in nasty battle for Senate. What does the latest poll show? Utahns like Evan McMullen a little, and this says Utahns like Evan McMullen a little more than Senator Mike Lee. Really, who are they polling? Like, who are you polling? Just downtown Salt Lake City? What is that? But the independent challenger has a lot of voters who don't seem to know him and still slightly trails the Republican incumbent in the heated U.S. Senate race. A new Deseret News Hinckley Institute of Politics poll found 41% of Utahns would vote for Lee and 37% would vote for McMullen. That's good. That puts Lee ahead. If Lee gets in, we're going to get rid of Romney. That's a big goal. So where is it? The poll of 801 registered Utah, is that 801? Because our area code is 801. 801 registered? Or is that 801 registered? It's weird because that's the same number as our area code. Registered Utah voters for Deseret News and Hinckley Institute has a margin of error of plus or minus 3.46 percentage points. The survey also asked respondents to rank how likely they were to vote in November 8 midterm election, with 1 being definitely will vote and 5 being definitely will not vote. It found 97% of those surveyed say they are likely to vote. So we have a lot of excitement going on for midterms. Everybody going to get out and vote, including 83% who say they will definitely vote. 83% of that 97 is for sure going to vote. Be right back, Josh. No problem. Floor, Bibbs. Such a great mod here on this channel. What, did somebody have to get? Did somebody have to get put in timeout or something? What's everybody saying? All right, let's keep going. Utah Senate race. Mike Lee acknowledges Evan McMullen poses a threat to re-election. I think we're going to be all right, though. I think we're going to be all right. Evan McMullen campaign sues Club for Growth and several Utah TV stations for deceptive attack in U.S. Senate race. Because basically he went on CNN on a panel, and the quote is, now they're saying it's taken out of context. We have the clip here. We can watch it. Evan McMullen's campaign is suing Club for Growth and Super PAC supporting his opponent, Senator Mike Lee, and 3 television stations in Utah for defamation after running a deceptive ad that distorts comments made by the independent candidate. The lawsuit filed in which McMullen is falsely quoted as saying the Republican base is racist, these bigots, in an edited CNN clip. So, this is Mike Lee putting out basically a campaign hit ad, which I understand is blood sports. It's going to happen. But this little pansy is tattletaling. He's suing. Like, I'm sure he didn't put out any hit ads on Mike Lee. Let's watch the CNN. Let's watch to see if he said what the ad said he said.
They have been chanting Nazi slogans. They have identified themselves.
This is him right here, the
Today,
bald guy.
David Duke said he came out at the protest. He said this is a turning point in taking our country back. He mentioned the president by name. He said this is why we voted for Donald Trump. What do you need? What needs to happen for Donald Trump to say this is not okay? Just like the governor just said.
You need to know who the victims were and who the driver was.
This is a bald guy is who we're waiting for to talk. Apparently he calls Republicans racist bigots.
Evan McMullen, there have been a lot of Republicans who have come out and condemned what has happened there. And they've also come out. I know, and that's my point. The president condemned what happened, but he did it in a way that was very different than what we've seen.
This will be the end of this segment, and then we can go on to cause and things like that.
Leaders, do you see a stark contrast in how the president has handled it, or are we making a mountain out of a molehill, Evan?
I see people that are going to cast stones about
Donald Trump. I guess he's at it.
Just about every way he does anything, that are going to continue to beat on him no matter what he does.
Let me get Evan in here. That question was for Evan McMullen.
Oh, no, this
if I could just jump in.
So this
here.
Is Evan.
If Donald Trump came out and said what we just heard, or anything like it from Terry McAuliffe or from the mayor in Charlottesville, nobody would be criticizing him.
That's right.
In fact, people like me would be elated and relieved.
Exactly.
What we just saw there, excuse me, I'm going to finish. No, I'm going to finish. Excuse me, sir. I listened to you for a long time, and now I'm going to finish.
I didn't think you were going to answer that.
What we just saw is the kind of leadership that America has been waiting for the last 6 or 7 months. And I got to tell you, it was refreshing to hear it. We should hear more of it from Washington, D.C. Now, I've got to tell you another thing about this situation. I spent time in Republican politics and with Republican leaders, and Republican leaders tend not to speak out against racism in America unless it's some disastrous situation like this, and then they come out. Not all of them. Some of them are good. Some of them do more than others. But most of them don't say anything unless it's absolutely obvious like today. The reason for that is that the reason. No, I'm going to finish. No,
I haven't heard him say the quote yet.
Come on, Andre, let him finish.
The reason why they don't do that, and I know because I've been a part of it, I've seen it myself, is that there's a taboo within the Republican Party about attacking racism in America.
Oh, so it looks like he said
because when you do it as
not
a
all Republicans.
You get attacked by elements within the party. And that's where we are. And not all Republicans, of course, are racist. I was raised by Republicans who are not at all and who welcome Americans of all backgrounds.
So it looks like they clipped him to say.
But there is an element of the Republican base that is racist. And our leaders are afraid to stand up to them because if they do so, they'll be criticized and they'll potentially lose votes.
So, I mean, technically, he said there is a section.
But that's not public service. That's
but this is Evan McMullen. This is the guy we're trying to beat. We got to make sure he does not get in Senate.
Who will serve
He's a Romney butt boy.
And serving the country means standing up to these bigots. This country was
there you go. He did call us bigots. He did say Republicans are bigots. I heard it. I heard it. So, Mike Lee, your ad is correct. No defamation. Case fails. Case fails. Tardy Baby Yoda is sometimes around. I haven't seen Tardy Baby Yoda in forever. All right. And then this is the Hochul. We're not gonna watch that. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let me go take a quick break, y'all, and then when I come back, I'll play this for a minute. When I come back, this is the Hochul, and we were watching this actually, Hochul and Zeldin for governor of New York. We were watching this in the chess stream the other night for a little bit. I wasn't really paying attention. I feel like this is actually a pretty important governor run right here in New York. Hochul is the one who replaced Cuomo. So when he got taken out for his allegations or whatever, his Me Too. This is an important one. I don't know if this guy's a Republican, but she is a mess. She's even worse than Cuomo. So she needs to get out of there. You guys can watch this. I will be right back. And then we'll do meme review. And we'll do call-ins. And we'll start talking about spooky stuff.
The murder charge, he had an open stab wound. Alvin Bragg asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars in bail in this case, but doesn't go after the person who stabbed Jose Alba. We reached the point where Jose Alba said that he needed to go back to the Dominican Republic because he didn't feel safe here. Alvin Bragg is not doing his job. The message will absolutely be sent that if you're the DA, it stands for District Attorney, not Defense Attorney. Alvin Bragg can go be a defense attorney, but if he's not going to do his job, I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to remove him as soon as I can.
Did you want to respond?
I'd be happy to. I'm not surprised because in Lee Zeldin's world, you overturn elections you don't agree with. You can't throw out someone who is duly elected. Yes, I've worked with all of our district attorneys and given them more power to do their jobs. But for someone who voted to overturn a presidential election, I'm not surprised. He just thinks whenever he wants to do something, he can just undo the will of the people. That's not the democracy we live in, but it's the world that Lee Zeldin does.
We get to celebrate being together.
Tell a joke, share stories.
What everybody has done over the past year.
The togetherness of that moment.
Just really celebrating each other.
Now listen, you're a New York voter out there. You're worried about security on our streets and our subways. A question gets posed about a Manhattan DA who refuses to enforce the law. And all that my opponent can come up with is talking about the last election. Think about that. Now, we don't have recall elections in this state. But when they crafted the New York State Constitution, they gave the governor the authority to remove a district attorney when they refused to enforce the law. And I'm going to do what is not just my constitutional authority, but my constitutional duty to keep the people of this city, of this state safe.
And I gotta say he's wrong about that because there's many facets. It's not about governing by sound bites. I'm governing by sound policy. Yes, we have more illegal guns off our streets because I brought together people from 9 states to work together. We're hitting the gun traffickers. We also made sure that we did make those changes to our bail laws so we can have repeat offenders and people with gun offenses treated as they were under the previous law. That got done because I made it get done. But also, we have to talk about getting guns out of the hands of young people, background checks, and people who are severely mentally ill. What I have proposed to work with Mayor Adams was more cops. We'll support them with our state resources, cameras in the subways, as well as care for the people who are severely, severely mentally ill and can have an episode that can cause harm. We're taking care of this. Setting aside an election is something you want to do. I'm all about getting results, real results, not just more sound bites.
Well, let me follow up with you, Mrs. Hochul. Overall, crime in the subway is up by over 57% this year. There have been 8 homicides in the subway so far in 2022, while in prior years, going all the way back to 2008, there were never more than 3 murders in any given year in the subways. And as you mentioned a few days ago, you and Mayor Eric Adams announced a plan for an expanded police presence in the subways, along with more security cameras, 50 new treatment beds for the mentally ill. But given the dimensions of the problem, what is your message to New Yorkers who are frightened for their safety and believe the latest initiative is too little too late?
No, I understand the fear. I walk the streets of New York City every day. I've taken the subways. This fear is real. There's facts that talk about statistics which make a different case, but I'm also dealing with real human beings who are anxious about their kids getting on a subway or going to work. I understand that, but that was not my first time teaming up with Mayor Adams. We were together literally January 6th, not that January 6th, but January 6th the following year. When Eric Adams was brand new as mayor, I said, let's go to the subway together. Let's work together. You never heard that before. A governor and a mayor working in concert to support law enforcement. I tripled the amount of money to go to law enforcement. And Lee Zeldin, when he was a member of Congress, didn't even bother to show up for a vote to fund our police officers. He didn't show up to vote for sensible gun safety legislation. He walked off his job years ago to run for this one. And I feel for his constituents who've been not represented at all over the.
Let's move on. Yo, babe! 2020, black guy has my vote. All you need to do is allow cops to do their job instead of tying their hands to Skeletor Gov. So, yes, he can remove an electric. Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Damn, he is pandering. Not all, but most, said Red Dirt Farm. Taking a knee. Defeat that beta. Licking boots. All right. Now, what we got next? I do have some rapid fire news stories. Let's do some memes. Let's pull up the Discord. Or how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? Dang. I think somebody's having a party downstairs. Should I just go in the How should we do it, Robbie? Let me do memes. Let me do memes and let's do the memes real quick. Let's do meme review. Let's go. Where's my sound effects? I got sound effects. Anyway, none of these sound effects are good. Meme review. It's meme review time. It's getting late out here, Josh. You want to talk about it now? What you said? You said what's Halloween? I'm gonna be up late. What you want me to do? You want me to go in the Discord? Here, let's do these spooky stories first, then. I got funny videos, not a lot of rapid fire news. Open all in incognito. All right. First spooky story. We burping out here like 90 going, no. It's not late. Mean streets of the memes. So what would we do first? I guess I could go in this in this chat channel, or you want to call me Robbie? Actually, you probably call me Robbie, and then I'll do a screen share. We'll play this video. First spooky story, though. We got a spooky story submitted from Frozen. This is Minneapolis. This is a spooky Halloween story from Minneapolis. These are fight. Dang! Pig! It's Halloween, baby! Let's go! I don't think Johnny is Tar Baby Yoda. Tar Baby Yoda didn't care about my hair. Not all our scary stories are going to be like this, but this is a funny video submitted by Frozen. Real None Your Business on Twitch. I see black people run, I run, baby. You already know. Robbie. Otherwise, I'm just going to play this video next. Alright, so that's enough of that. They start twerking on cars. Oh, she got her. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, let's talk about the city of McDonough, Georgia. City of McDonough, Georgia. Haunted story submitted by Robbie, the mailman, downtown Brown. The city of McDonough, Georgia. What happened in McDonough, Georgia? Are you going to call Robbie? I'm about to play this video, or you just want to watch it and comment in the chat? Robbie was supposed to go on a spooky mission to go down to where this train crashed in McDonough, Georgia. 39 souls lost, 49 on board. They were warned with it. And then the train crashed. And then they brought all the bodies of the survivors. Robbie, I'm going to kill this story. You can tell the story if you want. He said it's getting late.
Saturday, the 23rd.
I'm not going to play this whole video because it's 20 minutes long.
In Henry County, Georgia.
The year 1900 in Henry County, Georgia.
Days. Most of the southern states have seen record amounts of precipitation.
There's a storm. There's a storm rolling in.
So much, in fact, the Georgia rainfall for June was at its highest in over 22 years. It was because of this rainfall that the Southern Railway Train 836, better known locally as Engine Number 7,
Engine Number 7. Robbie, tell us, open a room.
Never reach its intended destination.
I don't want a whole bunch of people to jump
Instead,
in there like messing around.
It would claim 39
I'll
souls
go in the just chatting
at the bottom
room.
of a flooded ravine. It
Go in
would be 12 years before the infamous Titanic made headlines.
12 years before Titanic. This is McDonough, Georgia. This is Georgia's Titanic. Robbie knows all about it. He lives there. Here he is. Hold on. Let me make sure we can hear him.
Yep, I got you.
All right. You doing video or no?
I can hear it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Well, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it unless I screen share.
Okay, do that. I was trying to find you, and I was like, now I flipped back over to YouTube, and I heard Engine Number 7. And it's so interesting because the Engine Number 7 actually had two different engine numbers. It was 1851 and 1832. But it was famously known as Engine Number 7.
Can you see that?
Let's see. It says watch stream. Yes, let's go.
Around the world. But on June 23rd, 1900, the Camp Creek disaster would become Henry County's very own Titanic.
Georgia's own Titanic. Dale. Dale, I don't know if I can say your last name.
Already behind schedule due to the weather.
Now, can I still hear you, Robbie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just checking you. And you hear this?
Yes, if I say pause, pause, but go ahead.
All right.
the night operator received orders from Macon to hold the ill-fated train at the McDonough Depot.
There were a number of people who were coming through this.
So push pause, because here's what happened: is the regular guy that knew that route of that train, and they'd had 23 straight days of rainfall, and on this night, it rained so damn hard. So this guy, J.S. Sullivan, you're going to learn more about him. He says, I don't care. I'm young. I got this hot wife that we're both big time in Atlanta. And this train's behind because there already been another train that got held up because another bridge washed out and they didn't go past that bridge. Right? So that train, they're waiting. He's like, I got to get home, make sure my wife ain't cheating on me. So he's like, I'm going to make up the time too. I'm going to take off flying down these tracks in this 23 days of rain. All right, play the movie.
Wow. So he had warning. Similar to...
Oh, yeah, he was a hot dog. He was a hot dog. Listen to what he tells
area on that train who were destined for Atlanta. As a matter of fact, James Sullivan was from Atlanta.
He was the captain.
A number of the other crewmen were living in Atlanta at that time, and they had boarded that train. It was also serving somewhat as a service train, getting some of those crewmen back home to Atlanta from their rides down to Macon. The line that this train traveled was the Macon to Atlanta line. And so a lot of those young fellas were actually working that weekend and were headed back home to be with their families on Sunday.
Engine number 27, an eastbound train coming from Columbus by way of Luella, was scheduled to couple with the Macon train bound for Atlanta. Unbeknown to the Macon crew, however, the storm had washed a bridge away on Indian Creek,
so there's no
just
bridge
south of
there.
Their present location, forcing the Columbus passengers to spend the night in
What'd you say?
North of us, a bridge washed out, but they knew it washed out, so they didn't cross it. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Griffin.
Different bridge.
For those
Hold on,
passengers,
pause.
Different bridge.
There was going to be another train that was going to hook up to John Sullivan, old fill-in guy, because the original conductor, I think they've already said it, but the original guy that was going to, I think they left it out in this one, but his wife, his daughter developed pneumonia, and he called in sick. Carry on.
All right.
To be a fortunate turn of events. Wasting time waiting for a train from Columbus that would never show, conductor William A. Barkley made the decision to push on without them.
Right before this passenger train filled with all these people crossed or tried to cross that bridge, you had a freight train.
Tried.
The last train that crossed this bridge safely only had 2 people on it.
Some of the passengers on the train were actually worried about traveling on past McDonough, going to Atlanta, because of the rain. But the engineer wanted to keep on going, Mr. Sullivan, because, like I said, he never knew the area that good and didn't know how bad it really was.
At 9:45 p.m., Barkley ordered engineer J.T.
It's 22
Sullivan
minutes.
to
Is there
proceed
parts
to
that I
Atlanta.
can jump ahead a little bit? Or?
Signing the register, Sullivan
let it go.
commented that it was a terrible night and making up lost time would be difficult, but possible.
He may not have even known that it had been raining so hard in the
Is that
McDonough
the
area
bridge?
for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And certainly he didn't know that the little gentle creek that normally runs under the Camp Creek Bridge was a raging river this night. And
Right
had,
there. See? Oh, I wish you had
compromised the
gone
bridge.
down there and got us some
Though
ghost
concerned
footage.
about the weather, J.T. Sullivan was considered one of the best engineers in the business and would get the passengers to Atlanta on time. The last words Barkley heard from the engineer that night was said to have been, "We'll either be having breakfast in Atlanta or in hell."
We'll either have breakfast in Atlanta or in hell. That's what I said when Robbie first told me about this, and I looked it up on Wikipedia. It said that, and I was like, "That's." So they told the captain, and the conductor, and everybody knew they shouldn't be making this trip. And what's up, Angela? And they said we're either gonna be in Atlanta or in hell.
Not everybody knew. Okay, there was a lot of locals on that train. If you caught the part earlier, there was the 39, there were 49 passengers and crew people, 39 perished. And a lot of them were, this gets crazier, man.
And I'm sure I didn't mean everybody. I meant like everybody in charge of the train, but the passengers had no idea.
Well, this guy's a hot shot and wanted to get home to his wife because there were big wigs in Atlanta because they're rich. And he didn't know this route. He's just filling in. He's like, no, I got to go. I'm going to make up this time. So carry on.
All right. Where'd it go?
You're making it longer, brother.
Aboard the train that night were 48 souls spread throughout the 3 train cars.
I don't know who this is from, so I don't
Men
know how
and women, passengers
much I
and
need to
employees,
stop and comment
black and white,
to
old
not
and
risk
young,
the
separate lives bound together forever by one fateful, stormy night.
James T. Sullivan.
What'd you say?
You're good. As far as copyright or anything, dude, this is
Yeah.
so low. Anything to worry about.
Yeah, I think it should be
Sullivan
okay.
could not have done anything to have prepared for what he saw. He probably had not driven in those kind of rains. There was no way
What's
he
up,
could
Master
have
Jim?
known, as other people have said
We're
before.
talking about the haunting of
another train
McDonough,
went over that
Georgia.
trestle just a short time before and was fine. There'd been
Is
no
that a picture
reports
of
of any activity or any kind of deterioration. There'd been no kind of reports of any accident-prone environments out there. And so, for all James Sullivan knew, he was headed on a normal route to Atlanta.
If you go up there today, it's surrounded heavily in woods. But if you look at the picture when they took it the next morning in 1900, there wasn't that many woods because it was mostly farmland. So the water was really rushing off and down into that little creek, and it turned it into a 15-foot raging river by that time.
The river just washed.
2 of the passengers that night were a teacher from Boston named Miss Mamie Merritt and her
Look, the
student,
Boston
Clara
teacher and
Alden.
her daughter
After
survived.
a visit to Macon, they were looking forward.
Who? Boston what survived?
There's a Boston female teacher. You see her right there.
Uh-huh.
Just to let you know, her and her passenger survived. Keep going.
To getting back home. It was Sullivan's plan to make up for lost time by pushing the engine on the straightaway downgrade slope, leaving McDonough. With the help of firepower and steam and natural gravity, engine number 7 was determined to get back on schedule.
So they made it to
As the
McDonough, and then they
passengers
kept
were
going,
settling
and
in
then
for
it
their
happened.
trip to
Now they were
Atlanta,
waiting for that
the
other
train was
train,
closing in on its impending
and they
doom.
gave up. They
Only
said, "No,
minutes
hell
away.
with that train. We gotta
The
go."
youngest victim of the Camp Creek train crash was 13-year-old Jesse Pate. He and his father were headed to Atlanta, and they're buried in Griffin. But Jesse and his father, W.J. Pate, perished on that train. So you have young people, older people, black, white, wealthy, not so wealthy, people who were working on the train, and people who had bought tickets.
Equal
So it's kind of a
opportunity train
hodgepodge of
deaths.
different kinds of people,
That's
people
right.
who
Look
came
at
from
it.
all
Look
walks
at
of
it,
life.
man. It's crazy. There was
In
only
later
3
testimonies
cars.
of the survivors, it became clear that positioning within the Pullman car was detrimental to one's survival.
Yep.
What did they just say?
The being in the Pullman car, which we would call a caboose, but it really was like bigger than the caboose that we saw on the back of freight trains.
The back car?
It was still called the Pullman car. And it was actually where the sleeper was, where people would go back there and sleep because you were farther away from the front.
Engine.
It was like, yeah, it was a combination of service people and
that's
people
where most of the survivors were from?
Yes. So you got the engine, and then you got a passenger car, and the Pullman car. And like they just said, it's to be in the Pullman car was the place to be because play the video.
All right.
Moving north out of McDonough, Sullivan set his levers and allowed the train to progress. On board was passenger E.S. Shriver, a gentleman traveling through Atlanta back home to Chattanooga. He was in the passenger car and was able to recount the events.
I want to get to the guy that ran back to the city.
According to Shriver, there were 4 people in the smoking compartment of the sleeping car. Besides
everyone
Shriver,
on train
there were
except
Mr. E.T.
Pullman
Mack
passengers
of Chattanooga,
perishes. 35
Walter
bodies
Pope
are recovered.
of Atlanta, and J.C. Flynn of Flovilla, all of whom survived the crash.
See, I thought I saw 35 and
Although
45.
he was unsure of how quickly the train was moving, Shriver remarked that it seemed to be going along quite rapidly. He saw and heard the rain pouring down ferociously, but did mention that everyone in the sleeper was quite comfortable.
By the time the train got there and Mr. Sullivan actually saw that the tracks were sagging, he knew something was wrong because there was no more support. So he actually put on brakes trying to stop. But he had the momentum just carried him right straight on.
Now, that's not video of
the
that.
engine made it to the other side, and the other 2 cars went down into the water, and the Pullman slid down the bank on the side.
For J.J. Quinlan, the train's flagman, he realized when the air brakes were applied something was wrong, and in his testimony, he said he had no time to act because the train crashed only seconds later.
God, it seems like you could survive that. Like,
Some did. Keep going.
We're only in the Pullman car.
At that
Yeah,
point,
they're on
he
top
found
of it,
himself
dude. They
being
didn't have it
thrown
easy.
about and then
They said
jammed
it
into the
slid down
corner of the
bank,
sleeper
so
car.
Now
One of
look,
the
hold on,
girls
pause
fell
it,
in on
pause
him
it, pause
and
it,
glad-
pause it. I want you to pay attention to this because I've listened to this several times. But the Pullman car people and the people that come to rescue, this gets crazier. Go.
All right. Hold on. Now I got to get back to here.
Shattered. Water started to rush into the car.
But the one thing that was not present was
tacos nasty.
Screams and cries for help, because most of the people, as a matter of fact, a couple of the survivors, Jesse Rohr and Jack Flynn, commented that other than the fire burning and the rushing of the water and their own noise they were making, it was relatively quiet, which indicated that most people were dead.
Mr. Quinlan, the flagman, crawled out thinking he was the only one alive, crawling up the bank, and because he had to get back and warn the depot about another train coming.
The Pullman car, broken in the center, hung precariously on the embankment of the ravine. Its back end caught on the abutment, while the front end violently shook within the turbulent waters of the raging creek. The engine had burst into flames upon impact, and the forward cars, what remained of them, also caught fire.
So that explains why the fire is why none of them made it. The Pullman car just slid down the other side.
All the coal, and they fell into 40 feet of water.
Oh,
on top
40 feet of water?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 40-foot drop and 20 feet of water. So, yeah, they were underwater. They were just almost dead instantly.
And it's like as soon as you come up to breathe, you're in the fire.
And then the
so
Pullman
it's either drown or burn.
Look, in the Pullman car, these people, look, listen to what he's fixing to say about the flagman, because you're right, the flagman is the hero.
Hold on, how about that for Halloween, guys? So you're underwater and there's fire above the water. What do? You gonna drown or are you gonna burn? I'm drowning. I'm going. I'm diving down and taking a deep breath.
Look, you're gonna find out an old captain jumped out of the damn train.
Yeah.
John Sullivan, he jumped out of the damn train.
Right,
but anyway, you're going to in a minute. I just gave that away. But we're at the point where we're at the point where the flagman, who, like they just said, he knows that there's another freight train coming. So even though these people survived in that Pullman car, and he thinks he's the only survivor, but he knows there's another train coming behind him. He knows the schedule.
He's worried they're going to die too.
He knows the schedule. He knows they're fixing to send another one down this damn come running out. So listen to this. Listen to this part.
And if people are wondering how this applies to Halloween, we're going to get there shortly.
That's right.
Does the
down the
documentary? Okay, I hope this video talks about what they did with the bodies, because that's crazy.
That's what it will. It will.
All right,
keep going.
And 4 others also found refuge on top of the Pullman car. As pounding rain hindered their attempt at survival, they knew there was only one way to safety, and that was up. Passenger and survivor J.C. Flynn attempted to climb up the embankment, but the mud and water continually loosened, taking him back down where the others hung on for their lives. J.J. Quinlan, finally pulling himself free of the wreckage, knew it was up to him.
This is the guy that ran back and told the town. Paul revered it.
That's the flag man, yes.
J.J. Quinlan. And I've looked into this guy.
Yep.
For everybody watching, we've talked about this and we looked into him, and he was black. He could run. This boy ran all the way to town.
They actually do a they do a, not down the tracks, of course, but they do a run showing what a hero he was. Keep going.
Yeah, his route. Robbie said they do a run every year or something down his route, the route he took. So I told Robbie, well, then it shouldn't be hard for you to walk over there and record some footy. But I guess the ghosts were coming after you.
It's back off in there, man. It's, I ain't go back there. I done told you there's 4 burnt bodies buried back there, probably black. So let's go.
It's off in the cut.
To get help and stop an oncoming train that was scheduled along the same route. He attempted to climb the embankment, but with the rain pouring down, loose dirt and slippery mud made the climb to the top most difficult for him. As he struggled, he fell back
Powered
down,
it out. American hero.
With him.
Yep.
Over and over he tried and failed.
I mean, maybe not.
We have to look at it from the perspective of if he had gotten to the top of that hill after climbing, and he'd fall back and he'd claw his way to the top, and finally he felt the track above him and knew he had
This guy wrote a book about it called
In
Atlanta or
Hell.
Hell.
A few minutes and rested.
Right. In hell.
Those people that had survived, that did survive in history, would have been listed as victims of that crash because the next train would have come in on top of them.
So he did save the day. He is a
Can't
hero.
even fathom what would have happened if that train had kept going and had crashed on top of the first train.
It
was the other train a passenger train?
Oncoming train.
Freight train.
So
Freight train?
Hesitation, began running.
But it would have
along
killed
the
all the
tracks,
people
the 2 miles back
at the
to
bottom
McDonough,
trying to
all
help.
the while yelling out for anyone to help.
A lot of these people were in bed because they had worked all day. And Saturday is a work day, of course, and the next day, of course, being the Sabbath, church comes pretty early. And so a lot of them had already retired for the evening. And J.J. Quinlan, on his way back, he stopped in a few people's yards.
As he made his
Oh, so they're saying the people who lived were the people who were tired and exhausted and were sleeping back in the sleeper car. They were resting.
No. The guy's running back into McDonough down the tracks, and he sees these houses. Like, you see one of them right there?
Yeah.
He sees these houses, and he starts hollering like, "Hey, motherfucker! Wake up, man! Down window! Hey!"
The train crashed.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Nah, get out of here. We're tired."
What the hell? Who the hell is that breaking all that ruckus?
It's a damn.
It's what it says. He actually talked to people, so he's wasting time there. Like, I ain't even got time to be talking with y'all. I gotta get there.
Yeah, there's a crazy black man outside yelling.
Exactly. Keep going.
All right, play.
Way along the track, he passed the houses of several families. Waking them up, he told them of the wreck and said that their help was needed to rescue survivors. One of the men alerted was John A. McDonald. He and Q.A. Dixon were the first rescuers to arrive on the scene.
John McDonald actually was an employee of the railroad company. He was caretaker of the water tower and caretaker of actually the bridge out there.
Oh, wait, pause it right there.
Bed. He was one of the first.
Pause it right there. Pause it right there.
All right.
This bitch was the caretaker of the bridge.
Huh.
And he was the first one on the scene.
Uh-oh.
I might have just uncovered something there. Keep going.
That's interesting.
First ones that was notified. And then when Quinlan got back into
Robbie
McDonough,
yelling?
word spread pretty quickly.
Yeah.
When they arrived at the gorge, the engine and coaches were burning intently, and the flames were spreading.
One of the things that these men said when they got there was that they didn't think that they would ever be able to pull anybody out of that wreck. There was not much light at all, except for a little bit of the burning train cars, and that wasn't enough to light the whole scene.
People didn't have flashlights, and they couldn't set up lighting to illuminate the area and rescue people. So it was dangerous to even go down there because of the fires in the river, and rescuers were in danger themselves.
After the 2-mile trek, Quinlan finally reached the McDonough depot, muddied and exhausted. The next train was preparing to pull out of the depot when Quinlan burst through the door, gasping for breath. He yelled out to CP Hightower, who was operating the depot that night. After that, Quinlan collapsed.
And got that train stopped, that they closed off that line and started getting help out to Camp Creek. And at that point, the next thing we know about J.J. Quinlan, he was already back on his feet helping get people the help that they needed at the crash site.
Word quickly traveled throughout the community, and most all the men in the surrounding area.
Can anyone hear Robbie? He's not talking right now.
We're
watching this video.
Available doctors were dispatched to the site in hopes of saving many of the souls, but with the deluge of rain and darkness and the torrent water below, very little was able to be done. Helpless, the men did what they could. Only when an occasional flash of lightning lit up the sky could the spectators get the full perspective of the horror below.
So this is the back car. That's the ones who lived.
As day broke, the rescuers noticed that the waters of Camp Creek were starting to recede. Though the rain continued to fall, this made it possible to start retrieving the bodies of the victims.
The swift-moving waters of a river that has overflown or
I think, guys, if the video doesn't talk about it, we'll talk about it. But chat, this is about to get into why I think McDonough, Georgia, has the haunting problem that it has. If they talk about it,
creek that has overflown is one of the most dangerous forces in nature, and there were a lot of rescuers who almost were added.
You there, Robbie? Hold on, guys. Robbie did cut out. That could be or it could be him.
Yep, he ran back. He ran back.
Hold on, Robbie. My audio dropped. It does that sometimes. But what have you been saying for the last little while? Hello? It's not working again. You there? Robbie, say something. I can't hear you. Did you mute yourself? I see you. I can't hear you. Hold on.
What's happening?
Oh, you're choppy. I hear you, but you're choppy. He jumped out. I think he's going to jump back in. Don't ever... Oh, there he is. You there? Can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm going to do a hard reboot. This is Discord. I'm going to do a hard reboot.
I hear you now. You just said hard reboot. Sure. We're going to do a hard reboot.
I mean, this is Discord. You had to do things like this. So
I hear you.
I remember
you now.
All right, cool. Here we go.
But what were you saying? Were you saying anything? Because I missed the last little bit of what you were saying.
It's what he was saying.
Oh.
So you would have to go back like 15 seconds and It was just something I was adding on to that.
You were talking about the guy running back.
Yeah, he ran all the way back. Thank you very much, Josh. You knew exactly what I was saying. That he collapsed, and they make it sound like he died or something.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, did he die?
Yeah.
And then they're like, nope,
exactly.
he got right back up and started helping again.
He ran all the way back, ran 2 miles back, and out there saving people. Man, what a dude.
Yeah.
What a dude. Why didn't he get some kind of medal or something? He probably didn't either.
He doesn't have a statue or anything out there? I mean, he's got a run. They do a run for him.
They do run for him. Yeah, that's cool.
All right, let's keep this going. Let's play it.
To the list of victims of that train crash, even though they weren't on board the train.
The body of D.Y. Griffith, a railroad supervisor.
So hold on,
Josh.
Pause it. So you have, not only do you not have that train that didn't make it across that one bridge just north of here, that didn't link up with them, and those people would have, surely been hurt or something. I guess maybe I don't know. It would have been even worse. And then you had the fact that the freight train would have came on top of them.
Yeah.
So
even like helpers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
would have been a mess. Yeah, keep going.
All right.
From the scene, carried downstream by the raging waters of the creek. Oddly enough, based on testimony given by those who were in the sleeper car, as well as those who found his body,
of Robbie are there?
J.T. Sullivan, the engineer, appeared to have made an attempt to save himself by jumping out of the engine.
Hold on,
His body was found some distance from the wreck.
Ironically enough,
they're talking about the captain. So the captain who knew he shouldn't be taking this trip.
Yep.
And
he didn't know. Just a hot dog. He was a hot dog.
Yeah, they told him you probably shouldn't do this. He's like, oh no, we're gonna do it. This coward didn't even go down with his ship. He jumped out a mile or two before the bridge because he knew they were all gonna die. And he jumped out and died anyway.
No, he jumped into the creek. He wasn't. It was right at the scene.
Could you imagine if he had lived though? He would have been cursed.
Oh, he'd have been shamed. Yeah, he'd have been shamed. Yeah. But he's the one that said they're breakfast in hell. And he jumped out of the train as it was. You can rewind it 15 seconds and play it again. Where it says that.
As well as those who found his body, J.T. Sullivan, the engineer, appeared to have made an attempt to save himself by jumping out of the engine.
Coward.
His body was found some distance from the wreck.
Ironically enough, he was a young man. He wasn't that old at all, and his wife was very well known in Atlanta society, and so was Mr. Sullivan. And so I'm pretty sure that that was a devastating loss to the social atmosphere of Atlanta when he died.
The social atmosphere.
As the morning continued, rescuers worked diligently in continual rain to recover bodies that had been carried off by the creek. 4 bodies were found lying underneath the debris that collected by the washout. They were burned beyond recognition.
There were a lot of newspaper articles written about this. I was really surprised. In Chicago, New York, even little towns carried articles about this. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the crash made it on the front page for 3 days at least straight, maybe even more than that.
The search crews carried picks, shovels, and rope to clear away timbers and other items from the wreck.
You're supposed to go down with your ship.
A mile downstream, wreckage and other debris washed up and were caught in the bend. The search and recovery was tedious.
If something goes down,
in Atlanta,
souls are lost.
A wreck special was dispatched at 7 a.m.
But he did die.
On board were family members of the passengers and of the Southern
I'm actually happy that
known to have been traveling on the number 7.
Survived, that would be
There were tons of people. As a matter of fact, one newspaper account says that McDonough, which was not a big place at the time, swelled by the thousands of people from all over Lovejoy and Hampton and Griffin and Macon.
As victims were removed from the wreckage, they were taken back to McDonough to be entrusted to the undertakers.
What's up, Tyrone?
Whose places of business served dual purposes as funeral homes and as a place to make furniture.
It's where we get haunted, folks.
Problem.
Yeah.
It was very difficult for a small town to handle so many bodies.
The two funeral homes in McDonough at the time were B.B. Carmichael and Sons and A.F. Bunn and Company. The bodies were divided.
So they have 35 bodies in this tiny little town. They don't know who some of them belong to. They're charred. 39. They're charred beyond belief.
They buried the 4 black people at the scene.
So it's 39, but they only brought back 34.
And I don't see any claims where any black people were brought back. And that comes up again, too. So this is something that we should get distract the Black Lives Matter people over here to McDonough and talk about 1900 train wreck.
So here's the haunting. So 39 people dead. They only bring 35 back to the town. The city's flooded with tourists because everybody's coming to see if their find their family.
You want there to the crash site where those 4 people, where the wife comes, she's looking for her husband, and they're like, "No, he ain't here, but we did bury some colored folks back up over there."
So they buried the 4 colored folk bodies at the
how they
and then the rest of the bodies they didn't have enough room in the funeral home. So guess what they did with the bodies? We're about to find out.
It was 1900, man. It was 1900, dude. They were different folk.
Yep. Let's play it and see if they talk about the city square.
They will.
All right.
Divided between the homes for preparation, but neither of the two businesses was equipped to accommodate so many dead at one time.
Coffins had to be custom made at the time of death. So all the bodies were stacked on a wagon outside of Carmichael's funeral home, and a coffin was made for each one. And as the coffin was completed and a body placed in it, processed, then it was taken up to the town square and laid out in the square for people to come by and identify and pay their last respects.
And Mrs. Rayner, in her book, Henry County, the Mother of Counties, reports a C.G. Alexander, a young man who lived in McDonough at the time, who said he remembers all those bodies being laid out on the square. There's been some debate as to whether or not that's true, but it is. Because the Alexander family, there were quite a few of them here, and there was a C.G. Alexander who did live, was born before the crash and died afterwards, so that's legitimate for him to have said that.
It was not certain how many of the bodies were brought to the square in McDonough. Several unidentifiable bodies were buried on the banks of Camp Creek, not far from the wreck site.
One woman was so determined to find her husband that she went to McDonough and looked at all of the victims in the square. Her husband was not among them. And so she was...
Yeah, do some talking for me. I have auctions ending. I got to attend to, so.
Well, I was going to say, so what she's saying right there is I rest assured that the 4 people that didn't get brought back to McDonough were the colored people that were burnt beyond recognition. They never say the woman that comes down there looking for her husband what race she is, which tells you something. And so she's determined to go see, and they said, well, we put some up over there. So go.
But so, I mean, so did it just so so what are we saying that, because they said the 4 they buried were burnt beyond recognition. Did it just so happen that the black people got burnt beyond recognition, or is that hold on, Robbie, or is that a lie? Yes. That they weren't actually burnt beyond recognition?
No, they just weren't going to transport them.
They just didn't want to move the black people.
It was 1900.
It was 1900, and now we have racism ghosts in McDonough, Georgia.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't go down to the site.
But I think if any of them are ghosts, they're all ghosts.
So they're back at the square, and what you've got is you've got two businesses two competing names, and the names of those businesses, they're on my route where I walk around. I was supposed to do a video of all this, and maybe I will. Maybe we'll do it for June. I'm going to do even more research and do reading. But I just got distracted by a text message squirrel. But so we had time to do that on the anniversary because it is a June 23rd. But where we're at now is that they bring all of these dead bodies back to the square, except for the 4 that they buried at the site. And the wife, she came down. She was determined to find her husband. The reason I wanted to stop you is because she's like, payday, where he's at? Why ain't he home? he done hooked up with something. Nah, it sounds like some bullshit. I need to find out what's really going on. Where's he at?
Yeah.
So we did there's some up there. That's terrible, but I kind of read into that. Like she was determined to find her husband.
Yeah. Huh. Right. I'm going to keep playing.
There you go.
All right.
I was told of 4 bodies that were buried at the river site. There's no marker today. I don't know if they were fresh graves, so that's how they were able to go and locate them back then in 1900 when they had first buried them. But to my knowledge, there's nothing letting anyone know where they're buried, and no one knows where they are today.
But it took
so there's just some bodies. Rob.
They started running trains with
Robbie, you gotta go out there and find these.
Oh no, I'm not. Hold on, Gibson's talking.
In the next few days, they went ahead and patched that bridge because that was a main thoroughfare between Macon and Atlanta. The bridge. And of course,
I hope you give them
some
reinforcements.
Commerce and agricultural products.
Pause it. Look, they rebuilt the bridge in 3 days.
Yeah.
3 days they had that shit open. Rewind that. Listen to what he said. Listen to Gibson.
Hold on.
Straightened out there. They started running trains within the next few days. They went ahead and patched that.
They just patched it up
because that was a main thoroughfare between Macon and Atlanta. And of course, there's also a great deal of commerce and agricultural products that were run on those lines.
Big Gibson's got to move those agricultural products
and stated as soon as possible.
Many of the gruesome details of the aftermath were left out of papers.
Hold on, did I miss? Because I was looking at my phone. Did I miss when they were talking about putting all the bodies in the city square? Or are we about?
They only had two funeral homes that were multi-business. They did other stuff, but
this video didn't go deeply into it. What I read is that they laid the bodies out because all these people came in and they didn't have the funeral home space, so they laid the bodies out in the town square.
Yes,
these are burnt, disfigured, train crash, death bodies. And they said, come find your family. And the people are just walking around picking up blankets, looking at, trying to identify their family members. That's crazy to me. That's a haunting. That's a haunted city. You got that.
Yeah. And there's a lot more. We'll dig deeper. I'm going to have to go into that Dulox, some other stuff. It's a lot deeper when it comes to that aspect of it. And but let's keep going.
All right. Over the following weeks, some found their way to the eyes and ears of the country.
Master Jim, Robbie has told me about this. Master Jim said that engine plowed into a farm wagon on the tracks and killed 3 people its first year of service, and then 10 years later hit a covered wagon, 9 members of a local family named Woodward. So this engine number 7, Robbie told me about this too. Robbie knows about this.
That's what's up.
This cursed engine number 7. Let's keep watching. This video is almost over.
Such story was of Clinton Hightower, a resident of Stockbridge and passenger, killed in the train wreck that night. He was literally torn from both his feet and washed downstream.
Whoa.
Well, it is rather surprising how few people know that in 1900 there was this huge tragedy. People who have lived in McDonough all their lives don't know about the train crash.
We're going to spread some awareness.
The engine was put into service in 1888, and that year it hit
here we go.
A family who was traveling across
they're covering it in
one
the
of
documentary
tracks
there, Jim.
on a wagon trail between Knoxville, Tennessee, and another small town. I believe the small town was Lenoir, Tennessee.
So Ghost Train, Ghost City,
of that family. I figured and added
Haunted
up
Engine number 7, Demon Train.
In its entire service, killed somewhere between 55 and 60
Damn.
people. And then
so not even just this train killed 55 to 60 people just crashing into wagons and such. Wow.
Halloween. In Halloween.
In 1897, it also crashed. It hit another, or had another crash, and killed a few other people. And then it crashed into the Etowah River. They had changed the number on the engine to 851.
There you go, 851.
And it crashed into the Etowah River and lay in the mud for about 10 days.
This train was cursed.
But out here at Camp
What is this
Creek,
train made with
ended its run.
damn blood of the...
As a matter of fact, the Atlanta Journal or the Atlanta Constitution called it its killing spree. So when you look at that and you look at the fact that Abel Laird and the first engineer, as well as James Sullivan, were all three killed as a result of that train or either during their service as engineers on that train, it does make you pause and think. I wonder if there was more to the story than has been told.
Yeah.
You tell them, Gibson.
Yeah.
The 1900 Camp Creek train wreck stands alone as one of the most horrific occurrences the local people of Henry County, Georgia have witnessed. But it also is a testimony to the
Camp
courage,
Creek,
determination,
Georgia,
and collaboration of the entire community when faced with a deplorable adversity.
The video didn't mention much how they laid all the bodies out in the middle of the town. That's why we're saying the town's haunted. We also have a hate crime before hate crimes were a thing. You know, they didn't want to bring back the black bodies. Maybe those are haunting the town. Then we got the ghost train. This is a Halloween perfect story.
I think the thing I did watch a video. I don't know how you could share it, but the people that go in there and they try to act like they're doing something or whatever, and they're saying stuff. And it's interesting is them being outsiders and not near as keen on this as I am, that they did have the whatever they were trying to communicate with say the right things. And one of the things that they were saying is that the engineer was saying he was sorry.
Huh. Sorry for pushing ahead when they knew that they shouldn't, or
no, he was just like, I mean, he look, dude, he messed up. Talk about fail.
Yeah.
Jackleg, Hot Rod, you got all those lives in your care. I'll get us home. Woohoo! Fire up that steam, colored guys. Throw that steam on there. Woohoo!
But so now McDonough, Georgia is the haunted city of McDonough, Georgia. What do you think that's from? You think it's just because such a horrible tragedy happened? You think it's because of the...
No, I don't. I think that, at this point that everybody's like, yeah, it's just, yeah, hey. But there was a business on my route, all right? It was called Dulox's Bow Tie Cafe. And if you have haunted towns, you can go and watch what they talked about. And they came in there and they did a thing with them. And dude took all the doorknobs off the doors. He was so freaked out. I've told you before about him, that anytime I would go in there, that they would just look at me, because they were so freaked out about everything. And that was probably 10 years ago. I've been carrying mail for 22 years in that square.
Wow.
Well, so there's a lot more to it, Josh. That's what I was saying. There's a lot more to it. And I'm not about to go down to that area by myself. And I would hope that you wouldn't want me.
I would. I was hoping for some custom Robbie footage of the bridge, of maybe some ghost experience, maybe some interviews with local town folks from the postman telling us about their haunting experiences.
Josh, I'm not you, man.
It was your idea.
Yeah, I don't.
Robbie was all hype. He's like, Josh, I got this idea. I'm gonna do this. I'm like, okay, cool. You could do this and this, and then it didn't work out so much. But this was still good. This still worked out good. Watching the video and you explaining it.
The Yankee brother was supposed to go with me, and now at least he's back in New Jersey doing whatever they're doing.
What's up, sipping? Sipping on fires in chat.
Wow, sipping on fire.
Do it, Robbie.
Do what? What am I supposed to do?
Do it. Go down to the bridge. Go down to the town square.
No, I can't do. I can do the square, but you know, I don't have. You know me. You know my life.
You're such a outgoing, cordial person. If you were walking around with your phone in the town square, hey, just stop some random person. Hey, have you ever experienced any haunting or ghost experience, supernatural experiences here? And then they say no. And you say, did you know that 35 bodies were laid out on the street over there for people to and just blow people's minds? That's great
35.
content.
Why do you keep coming up with the 35? That's perfect.
Well, 35 were put in the town.
Yeah. No, it's perfect. I mean, why are you synced into it, Josh? What happened?
I'm talking about the ones that were laid out on the street in the town. And then you could tell them, and then 4 more black people were buried over there.
I think they were. And I would like for somebody to prove that they weren't.
And maybe they're the ones doing the haunting.
I can tell where that's going on because.
But we got a whole lot of dark forces at work in this situation. We got the dark train engine. We got some people being quote unquote racist, not bringing the black bodies back.
Yeah.
We got bodies. They don't have enough funeral space. They just lay them in the middle of the town square.
Look. Hey, Josh. It was the
Captain's
black
a
guy
coward.
It was the black guy that saved everybody.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that, I'm just looking at the story. So we got a lot of evil forces at work.
He should have won the Heisman.
And that guy did, and all that guy's got is a dang run.
He doesn't even look. I'm going to petition. Look, I'm going to petition. They took the Confederate statue down in the center of the square.
What?
Yeah, they did that about 3 or 4 years ago, I guess, BLM.
Where were you at? You didn't protest? Were you protesting it?
I didn't know you then. No, I just carry mail. And
wow.
But no, look, it cost them because they did so much damage to the square with the equipment to do it that it cost the city like $60,000. They still elected Democrat leadership somehow.
You're going to petition them to put up a JJ statue?
We need to, if anybody needs to be in that square, his story, and he needs to be in that square. Let's go.
Yeah, they don't want to bring it to light because they don't want.
Why, Josh? Tell me.
Because of them 4 bodies in the forest.
Yeah. Those guys need to be freed, man. That's not right. You can't just do that. And
if you want to be a legend, you'll go find those bodies.
What am I gonna do? Is there like
I don't know, get a metal detector? A bone detector.
What, you think they had jewelry? You think they were wearing jewelry?
They might have had like some metal caps in their teeth or something.
What's going on there?
A belt buckle.
I'm just flying over my house right now.
Oh, the chopper's out. All right, Robbie, I got a bunch of other scary stories to do.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on a second.
All right, I'm holding on.
Over. It wasn't nothing to do with me. What are you worried about?
Huh? I'm not talking about the helicopter.
No, they weren't nothing to do with me. They flew off that way.
No, I don't care about that. I just got other. I haven't even done beam review yet.
I understand. I can't believe Lisa didn't show up with.
Yeah, what happened with that?
I don't know. You want me to try to add her? See if she answers.
I don't know. See if she wants to. See if she wants to do a tour of her.
Yeah, how do you do that?
A member of our chat does a Halloween scary story.
Y'all, everybody knows Lisa.
Scary.
LJ Fox.
Not everybody.
Yeah, how do you add her? How do I do that? Go into here. Oh my God. People, I see it. Butch is hollering at me. All right, there's the ad. Where's she
probably
at?
Busy. She's probably having her Halloween party with her friends.
No, she's waiting to make time for us, so just hold on.
All right, let's look at these memes.
This timing, I'm pretty good on timing. I just gotta find her here. Where is she? Why is she not at the top? See all these other people.
Bubba Wallace, the best race card driver of all time. That's all right. Okay.
Where the hell?
Where the hell is what?
I'm looking for her in my.
Bring me the Spider-Man, says Fetterman. I didn't understand this meme when I first saw it like a week and a half ago because I didn't know who this guy was. But this is Fetterman. Foot hanging off the bed. My cat. Gah! There's Jaws. Jaws is a great horror movie. Scare you out of going out of the water. Flor Crescenza, have you told the story about El Siguanaba yet? No, I haven't, Flor. I'm going to do meme review, and then we'll talk about the Gray Lady from Indiana, and we'll talk about Siguanaba from Guatemala. Let me do these memes real quick. Robbie's trying to get LJ Fox on the line to show us her haunted house. Apparently, she got a wicked, nasty haunted house.
Yeah, it's cool. That's how they roll. And
well,
she said,
"Sure." Well, that can't be good, and it's an empty Chucky box. Chucky's loose. No, you did not miss it yet. I'm about to do it in a minute. Look, this is WWE when I was a kid versus WWE now. We are not the same. WWF, Raw is War. You know, we got The Rock and I forgot what these guys are called, the Legion of Doom or whatever. And now we got this. This is the new hardcore wrestling squad. That's awesome. This is when I was a kid. This is when kids now are kids. Okay. Next, this is a screenshot from Slightly Offensive. These guys, I want in chat for Halloween. I want chat to take a wild guess what this is a picture of. Robbie, you can't see it.
I can if I want.
Hold on, I can share it.
Both on all over me.
There. This is what we're looking at in the meme review. Not really a meme. It's not funny, but what do you think that's a picture of, guys? Do you think it's an alien creature? Do you think it's what do you think, Robbie?
You talking about the one where the guy's shaking hands with the guy?
No, look at Discord. I got it showing. I'm sharing my stream with you. That's the meme. It's not really a meme. It's a screenshot, but
the blue glove holding the thing.
Yeah, what is the blue glove holding?
I don't know. Play-Doh?
Play-Doh?
Hold on, I got LJ. Hold up.
Okay, hold on.
1, 2, 3. Haunted. I'll just say,
umbilical cord, Fauci fungus. Master Jim is close. Master Jim said blood clots. Correct. Master Jim wins.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to admit that. I've got family members with that shot.
Yeah, my mom.
And the Admiral.
And yeah, and but yes, that is a picture from there's a new documentary coming out. Yeah, I won't go too much into that now, but I'll play a clip later. But yeah, it's all about these doctors are finding all these strange.
Stand by. We're on standby.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Floor said that looks like what you wrap around the chorizos so they don't go all over the place when it's raw.
And I don't want to buy that. I don't want to buy that. I don't want to buy it. I don't want to buy it. I don't want to buy it.
You don't want to buy it?
I don't want to buy it. I'm glad I'm not a part of it, but I don't want to buy it at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Admiral.
I mean, it could be fake. I don't know.
Lisa Admiral.
What's up, LJ Fox? Where's this haunted house? We need a tour. She's probably trying to figure out how to get it working.
You hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
We don't have video.
Okay. How about now?
Oh, we got video. Nice.
All
It's
right.
dark.
Yeah, hold on. I don't have any lights on. Are we broadcasting right now, or?
Yeah, we want to see a tour.
18,000 viewers.
18,000. Well, I thought 80. 80,000.
18,000.
So the fog machines are off and everything. So. Yeah, we just shut everything down. But
fog machines aren't the greatest. They take
where am
away.
I tuning in, on YouTube or where?
YouTube on my show. Oh, she cut out.
No, I'm just looking for the stream.
Lisa, you're
So
gonna
you
have to
have
go back.
like kids in the neighborhood that come and trick or treat. Do they go through your haunted
Hey guys.
house?
Hey chat. I'm sorry. What, Josh?
When you have kids in the neighborhood that come through and knock on your door to trick or treat, do they go through your haunted house?
No, not stranger kids.
Not stranger.
Ain't trying to get no COVID.
We had people in our neighborhood who did that in their backyard, and you'd go through we see your cat ears.
No, I'm not a cat, dude.
It looks like cat ears.
Captain.
No, I'm not a cat, Josh.
Captain Smith.
What is it?
Are you serious, dude? Come on.
That's weak.
Fly fox right here.
Oh, it's on your shirt. It's a fox. Oh yeah, you are okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
LJ Fox. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I even got a tail. Check that out.
Nice.
Yeah, she's doing that. She's not using any hands. She's just.
Yeah, it's wagging. All right, are we ready for this? Come on, Chamber of Horrors. Let's go.
You have
I
the
gotta
floor.
reverse the camera. Hold on.
Let's see this haunted house.
How do I do this on here? Nope, that's not it.
There's that fiberglass.
You can't see my video, but my video.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to reverse my camera on here.
Oh, there's that. There's look up above her. There's actually she's already doing stuff.
Have to reverse.
There we go.
Wait, is that construction that you're
Josh,
doing
I
on
can't
your
reverse
roof?
my camera.
Oh, you're trying to flip it around? You just have to spin your phone around.
Yeah, and there's no option for that on here. Hold on. Dang, that's not good.
What's going on?
All right, calm down, chat.
Uh-oh. Do I need to check chat?
What happened?
Master Jim said you have a nice tail.
Oh, yeah, man. All right, here we go. Ready?
All right.
You did it.
Spooky ghost. I wish I had spooky sound effects.
You know, I had the music going. I had spooky sounds down here. I need to turn my fans on for my sheets.
We're late.
It's kind of a spooky area down here.
I know, it's really dark.
Well, it's a haunted house. It's supposed to be dark.
Dark. Flip on the light switch.
It won't be scary if you flip the light switch on. I think it froze. All right, there it goes. We're good.
Ooh.
We got creepy vampire face guy.
That's a real person.
That's not a person.
Oh. They're in there. Look, they're moving.
What? Yo, this is freaky.
Yeah, there's people in there. What is that, a cat?
This looks like a scene from Paranormal Activity.
Yeah, Admiral brings it, dude. What is this? Scared.
What's that say? What do those bottles say? Oh.
What?
No, where'd you go?
What happened?
A demon got her.
Rose in the black light.
He's back.
Oh, he's back. What do those bottles say? Poison or
Viral agent.
oh, viral agent.
And venom.
Dun, dun, dun.
What? Just filled with regular old tonic.
What's up, Stubber One? We're looking at a.
Cody, we're in Admiral's
taking
basement.
a tour of
Admiral's basement. It's a
Admiral's
haunted
basement.
horror. What is that? What is that? I don't know. It's
like
moving.
Oh, there's a
It's
face.
moving. Oh, it's moving. What are you doing? Get away from me. Ah, stop it. That's scary.
So much better with the fog, but
House of Horrors. What is that? Now
for the
now we're in-
camera, I don't think we'd be able to see anything with fog.
Now we're in Dane's balloon house. Oh, that's scary.
Creepy sound effects.
Dane, where you at?
Oh shit!
What is that?
Oh, I got the perfect timing with the psycho sound effect. That's nice. That's freaky.
Ah, stop! That's enough.
That's a little
I gotta
deep.
sleep tonight. Stop scaring me to death. What is that?
Oh, that's one of the masks that the blood pumps through it.
Goo 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 goo. It actually has the heart like.
Yeah, you squeeze the
connected
heart.
with- Yeah, do you know?
I
what I'm
remember
talking
that. I remember that. I had one of those.
He has it. Goo goo. And the blood squirts through the face.
Nope, that one doesn't start moving.
Oh, what's in this creepy door? I don't know if I can go in here.
What?
Dang, you got a whole nother section?
Yeah.
See?
Kind of creepy and shroudy down here.
Gotta follow the arrows.
There's arrows on the floor. Maybe I should follow the arrows. Whoa, what the fuck? There's a severed head. Shit.
I need to make that bigger. Hold on, did the audio cut out?
Nope.
Oh, there we go. Oh, creepy picture. Yeah, that's creepy.
Yeah. The hell.
It's watching you.
I don't know if I should keep going, guys. What should I do?
Keep going. What do you mean? What? Turn around. Where's the hand? What?
How big is your basement? This is like.
Follow the arrows.
It's like a mile.
Oh, there's shrouds everywhere.
What?
Kind of creepy down here. I don't know.
There's a thumping.
Where should I go? Whoa! What
Oh.
Oh! That's one of those people burnt at the damn train site.
Oh no! They're coming to get us.
I don't know about this basement. There's just hanging heads and shit here. I don't know, guys. I don't like it.
Troll killer. I don't know if that's real, Jamie, but
I don't know. I'm kind of getting confused on where to go.
hey, you're not gonna be able to find your way out. Oh.
I don't like that. But what the heck?
Oh!
What's in this planter? I've never grown a plant like this before. How's that doing there? I'm gonna keep going up.
Roll the arrows.
Oh, there's the gray lady. That's freaky.
Nasty.
Oh, that looks like the gray lady from Indiana. She haunts a library near Tommy.
That looks like that girl with Tom is most.
I don't think Troll Killer is really Jamie. I think that's a
person. Lisa, run!
I know. I'm trying. Oh my god! How do I get my out? I can't get my way out. I don't even know how to find my way out of here, Robbie.
Taser!
I can't get out of here, Robbie.
Yeah, taser.
This is about about the same production value as some classic horror movies.
What the heck is that? What the?
Toxic waste. There must be toxic waste. I'm probably. COVID. I'm probably breathing it in.
Just go jump underneath the desk.
Oh, God. I don't know what he's breathing in, but I'm not feeling too well now. Oh,
Lord.
Oh, I just tripped over another severed foot. A limb.
Is that a gun?
Oh, God.
Shoot.
It's a murder weapon.
All right. I guess I should follow this arrow down here.
Watch out. There's a guy with a hammer.
Yeah. What? Ah! What the? Ah!
Oh, shit.
Oh, my goodness.
Damn clown.
Frederica.
Wearing my old winter jacket.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
It's so dumb. How can you guys even see anything? But I guess that's.
Josh got it.
Can you make it out? Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
It looks like a haunted circus.
All right, I gotta find my way out of here. I can't. I gotta find my way out. I can't. I think I got it. All right, I found the doorway. Woo!
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me find my way. Ah, shit!
Oh, Lord! What the hell just happened?
That's the
What
freakiest
the-
one, that little baby.
Oh, no. Lisa.
Bye-bye.
Clay. Is that you, Clay?
Halloween.
Sound like tough. Is that you, Clay?
Whoa. Tripping over limbs.
Several one said Robbie wouldn't face the ghosts at the train wreck site, but LJ will walk through an entire haunted house. Don't mess with this.
That's right. You got me, Cody. You got me, Cody. You got me, brother. You got me. Good one. Good one. That's true. And that's true.
All right, time to shut her down.
All right.
That was awesome.
Thank you for the tour of the haunted house. That was cool.
That was awesome.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked out. All right, I'm going to jump off of here, y'all. I'm going to get back in the chat and go turn in.
All right. I'm going to finish the show up. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
That's what's up. Good job, Admiral.
Happy Halloween, guys.
You too.
Yeah, happy Halloween. I only had 5 trick-or-treaters and bought $24 worth of candy. No.
I only have one.
I've been like eating Reese's peanut butter cups and almond joys and
nice.
Yeah, that's what's up.
All right. I'll catch you guys later. I'm gonna jump out.
All right, brother.
Have a good
That
night.
was fun.
Later. All right. Guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. That was pretty awesome. We got a story from Robbie, and I got more stories. We got Floor submitting El Alciguanaba and Tommy submitting the Gray Lady from Indiana. And we still got more memes. Still got some rapid fire news. So I still got another hour of show left. Let me go take a break real quick. Use the restroom. Let me find something to play. That was awesome. Haunted house tour. We'll get back to memes. Let me find something spooky to play or something. Some music. I attended a satanic unbaptism ritual that's slightly offensive. Talking with child mutilation advocates. I don't want to watch that. We're having a fun night. Is there something spooky I could play? I don't have nothing spooky. All right.
Hey there, no need to adjust your TV.
Get this.
Or more
I'll be
likely
right back,
your
guys. I'm
phone.
gonna play
You're
song.
watching a recycled.
Dang old Ryan Reynolds. We're gonna go back to meme review. So yeah, we don't want to look at this, but it is a scary story for Halloween. But anyway, we'll get off that. The answer, well, Master Jim got the answer correct on what that was. It is not Tremors from the movie Tremors. Chamber of Horrors. The media is more angry at Kanye than they ever were at Jeffrey Epstein. Facts. What's really going on? Next. They got Crocs for dogs. Did you guys know they got Crocs for dogs? That's a cool meme. All right, what else? The cashier, when I pressed no tip after all they did was spin the iPad around, looking like Amber Heard, looking upset. Facts. If I go to a restaurant and all you do is tell me to use this little thing, and you don't do much, you ain't getting much of a tip. Same thing if you're a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts and you spin a little thing around for me to put my card in, you don't get a tip. What the? Anyway, Uncle Festerman. Y'all were saying Uncle Festerman in chat. I didn't get the joke. Now I get the joke. Fetterman. I don't even know where this guy came from. Yell Trump or treat to get candy. If not, I'll grab my bowl and say Biden. Nice. That's a patriotic family right there. Blood clot. Yeah, you got it, Butch. The getting lost and sheet stuff panic was the best. Nice. This is funny. This is an old meme. Mom texts the kid, "We need to have a talk when you get home. I found all these brightly colored pills in your dresser. The kid says, put one in the water, Mom. And the mom says, what the hell is this? And the kid says, it's a rhinoceros. That's awesome. All right. Remember, turn off your computer before midnight on 12/31/99. I was there 3,000 years ago. Nope, that was not that long ago. It was only 22 years ago. Sounds like ages. Most kids don't know about Y2K. I grab my keys, my dog. Where we going, bruh? So true. I don't grab keys, but when I put my jacket on or if I put socks on, Echo up in my grill. He's like, where we go? Where we go? Where we go? All right. It was a good day in class when the teacher rolled this big boy out. The overhead projector. Y'all know about the overhead projector. Kids nowadays don't know about the overhead projector. Nice. We got Elon and Trump picking up McDonald's from Parka. What's his name? Agrawal? Agrawal? Parga, Parka. Parag Agrawal. Parag Agrawal. That's him serving some Mickey D's. He gonna get a job up there. And they have automation, so his job ain't even secure there for long. Bye, buddy. Cool boy, where you get it at? Some guy in Kenosha didn't need it anymore, says Trump. Is this the Korean guy? Kim Jong-il? Asking Trump about that skateboard? Yo, we took it off that boy in Kenosha. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no borderline psychotic emotional outbursts either. Y2K, they thought the world was going to end. They had defense raptors 3,000 years ago. Facts, Raymond. Fact check. Old school costumes had it looking like a classroom full of serial killers ready to go on the purge for real. Dang, that's a creepy looking classroom. Could you imagine being the teacher in that classroom? I ain't coming to work today. No way. Look at that. That looks scary as all get out. All right, Kanye West hires former FBI agent to get his net worth back. That's Herschel. We're gonna get that network bike. We're gonna get that network bike. When they say gain of function, it means they're making a beep bioweapon. They're making a beeping bioweapon. Getting pulled over by the cops be like, he white. Yo, especially when you hang out with a bunch of people like Frederica, a Frederica complexion. You get pulled over in the car, you be smiling like a mug. I'm walking out of this piece. That white privilege card. Kanye, after cutting ties with Adidas. Adios, muchachos. Adios, muchachas. Halloween should always fall on Monday. Time to bring the hammer down. Impeach Trump. This is an old meme of Nancy Pelosi. I just thought it was funny because she really be liking them hammers. She really be known for her hammer antics. No, I'm just saying. Where was she at when all this stuff went down at 2 a.m. at her house? She might have been bringing the hammer down, you know? And maybe they needed a Ponzi because Pelosi got a little redonkulous with the hammer. My husband assaulted with a hammer by a burglar. We need a ban on assault hammers. Common sense hammer reform, guys. You should not be able to just go out and buy a hammer all willy-nilly with the assault hammer loophole where you just walk in a Home Depot and get yourself a hammer with an optic scope and a modified grip. You shouldn't be able to do that, guys. Cops showing up at Pelosi's home like, what do I do here? We got two guys with the hammers. Oh, Lord. And then Paul Pelosi's friend David DePape screamed, this is MAGA country. Yeah, DePape looking a lot like a MAGA supporter with his with his nudist PDF file girlfriend and his hemp gay flag. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it for the memes. We also got rapid fire news. You know what? Before we go to, let's finish off the rest of our ghost stories and then we'll end the show with rapid fire news. Let's finish off the rest of our spooky stories submitted from Tommy. Oh, you know what? I don't have the Siguanabo. I don't have the Siguanabo story. Here we go. All right. First, let's do Tommy from Indiana, submitting us from Evansville, Indiana. Have you guys seen the movie The Ghostbusters? You know, the old lady in the library? Well, this is based off a true story from Evansville, Indiana, the haunted library. The Gray Lady has haunted the aisles of Willard Library even during the daytime since she was first spotted by a custodian in the 1930s. Visitor tips and news. Around Halloween, they offer a haunted after dark library tour. It's also offered during the day for kids. For kids, though I don't experience a visit from the Gray Lady herself, there was a permeating air of creepiness about the old place at night. The tour includes a pleasant medley of haunted recollections and historical highlights of the building. A little more information on the Gray Lady at Willard Library. The story is that she is the daughter of the man who built the library, Willard Carpenter. The library was the first public library in the city, and it was originally open only to men. Interesting. A lot of ghosts, a lot of social justice ghosts, apparently, in McDonough, Georgia, as well as in the Willard Library. They didn't like that only men were allowed, so they got the Gray Lady. Is now inhabited by the local PBS television radio station, is reportedly haunted as well. People who work there have experienced some very strange things, and ghost hunters / paranormal experts have visited both places and been very intrigued by the results they got with their equipment. Let me see if I can pull up something real quick. Ghostbusters, Gray Lady. There she is. There she is. Hold on, let me bring you guys the picture. Here we go. This is the Gray Lady from the movie The Ghostbusters, based off the true story of the Gray Lady in Evansville, Indiana. Here she is in the movie The Ghostbusters. You've seen her before. You've seen her. All right. So that's her. In Gray Ghost. Willard Library, one of the oldest libraries in the area. Seems like just another old library, but it's nostalgic beauty. If you look closely between the aisles of books, you may chance upon the Gray Lady. She is the library's resident phantom who roams the aisles for eternity. No one seems to know her story. Was she a librarian there at one time who passed with unfinished business? Who knows? So that's the story submitted by Tommy. Now we're going to go to a story submitted by Flor Cosenza in the chat. I don't know if she's here. You here, Flor? We're going to talk about the Guatemalan legend of Siguanaba. Let's look it up on Wikipedia. So this is a horsewoman from Guatemala. I need it in English. How do I translate this to English? Flor, I can't read Spanish. What am I supposed to do? Where is it in English? Oh my, spooky tales. Spooky. I used to always make fun of you because whenever you said a S word in English, you'd say S. So instead of spooky, it's spooky. This website is called Spooky Tales. In Honduras, the legend of La Siguanaba can be heard in El Salvador and most of Central America. In Honduras, she is known as La Sigua, and in Costa Rica as Segua. Her legend is also known in Mexico, but somehow has become conflicted with a Maquihultili or Ixtabe, which means horse-faced woman, which might be two different but similar stories. Here she is in El Salvador. According to the legend, she was originally called Sehuhuet, which means beautiful woman. Legend tells that she used her charms, and with help from Bruja, she got the prince, Yesin, to marry her. Yesin went to war, and Sehuet took this time to have affairs. And of these affairs, she birthed a child known as El Chapito. El Chapito's father was a god called Lucero, similar to Lucifer, de la Mañana, Lucifer, morning star. So Lucifer she had a baby with Lucifer. Now here the legend differs a little. Some versions say that Tlaloc discovered that would leave his grandson alone. I can't say all these Spanish words. And he cursed her. So when she was first seen, she appeared to be a beautiful, but when she turned around, she became a horrible horse-faced woman. She was cursed to wander countryside, preying on mujigueros, men to sleep around. So she finding the cheating men. She was a cheating woman on her husband when he went to war. She had a baby with Satan, And then Satan's daddy, Talak, father of Satan, of Lucifer, cursed her to curse cheating men. What the? Her often naked in a see-through gown follow her, and she would turn around and frighten these men to death with her face. So that she looks sexy bad. I'm bringing sexy back. So she looked good from behind. She was good from afar, but far from good. She was as a chameleonaire would say, you look better from behind. And then as soon as you get up close, she looking sexy back from the back. And then as soon as she turned around, she looked like a dang horse face. It should scare you to death. And if you're a cheating man, she's out there looking for you. She was man crazy for sure. I still do. You still say, it's spooky? It's spooky? The god of gods helped him avenge his son. Now Talak is already out to get Lucera, so he takes his chance to do it. He curses Sihuet's son Chapito to live forever and turns his feet backwards and turns Sihuet into La Ciguanaba, which means hideous woman. She will from then on roam the countryside, cursed for eternity. In Guatemala, she was always found by a barranco or cliff where she lures men to then heave them off the cliff. Oh, dang, they chasing that new off a cliff. This woman seems vicious. So this is El Ciguanabo. Do I have more pictures? Let's go to images. See if we can see some spooky pictures of her. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this horse-faced woman. Yo, she looked good from the back. Once you see her, she turn around, and then she throws you off a cliff. Here's a good one. This one's freaky. Yeah, that's creepy. Look at that. That's freaky. That's La Ciguanabo. What about Jose, though? Very spooky. That is a spooky story. Nice. What the heck is this? What the? Yo. Okay. This one's crazy. Oh, look. There's somebody being her for Halloween. So you wear like a nice silky dress for Halloween, and you have your hair, and you just always have your back facing people. Then when you turn around, you got a dang scary horse face. That's freaky. Okay. 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 All right. All right. All right. What else we got? What else we got? Last but not least, I got two of my own spooky stories. One is one random one that I just found, and it's kind of edgy. It's edgy at this time with Kanye. Have you guys ever heard? And I'm just reading off of Wikipedia, guys. You know, I don't want to get in trouble. Hold on one second. Have you guys ever heard of the Wandering Jew? The Wandering Jew is a mythical, immortal man whose legend began to spread in Europe in the 13th century. The original legend, a Jew who taunted Jesus on the way to the crucifixion, was then cursed to walk earth until the second coming. The exact nature of the wanderer's indiscretion varies in different versions of the tale, as do aspects of his character. Sometimes he is said to be a shoemaker or other tradesman, while sometimes he is the doorman at the estate of Pontius Pilate. So this guy made fun of Jesus. The legend tells that he was made fun of Jesus and was cursed to wander the world forever. Cursed to wander the land. He has been given the name Ahasver. The wandering Jew apparently adapted from Xerxes, the Persian king, in the book Esther. He was not a Jew, and whose very name among medieval Jews was an exemplum of a fool. The name may have been chosen because the book of Esther describes Jews as a persecuted people scattered across every province of Ahasuerus, vast empire similar to the later Jewish diaspora countries. But yeah, so origin and evolutions. The origin of the legend are uncertain. Perhaps one element is the story in Genesis of Cain, who was issued with a similar punishment to wander the earth, scavenging and never reaping. Awesome. So we have this from multiple cultures, medieval legends, early Christianity, from the Bible. Lots of people talked about the wandering Jews all the way up until the 17th and 18th century. The wandering Jew has been. So what do you guys think? Where's he at? France knows about him. Denmark knows about him. Germany knows about him. The United States knows about him. Britain, since the 19th century, every country tells of the Wandering Jew. I've never heard of him. He's a mystery. Maybe he's secretly doing things behind the scenes. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. What do you got to say about this, ADL? Where's the Wandering Jew at? Anyway, last but not least, we're going to talk about one of my favorite scary movies. Oh, I didn't even okay, so I finished meme review. We'll do this last. Let me jump out of scary stuff real quick, do rapid fire news. Open all in incognito window. Let's go through this rapid fire news real quick, and then I got a collection of reviews to do. We're going to talk about Pentaveret on YouTube, a comedy, not a scary show. Then we'll talk about Cabinet of Curiosities, just real quick reviews. That is a scary one. Shuckle Me Once, You Yo Yo Yak. Time Traveler, ooh, a time traveler. The Wandering Jew, what is that, a new bank? Anyway, oh, this isn't available? Why not? Is it not going to let me open them unless I do it in regular Windows? All right, I got some funny video clips to show you guys. Page missing. Yeah, it's because I'm incognito. Just 1 second, guys. We should be able to put this here. Open up this. All right. Some funny videos. Let's watch these real quick. Oh, I don't want chats to pop up, though. Nobody message me right now, or the chats are going to pop up. Here's a funny video. This guy's doing a Zoom call in a UFC ring with a green screen on.
On that right hook, folks.
Check this out.
Boy, Kenny, I can only imagine.
Bip. That's what it looks like in the virtual call. Boom! Awesome. Epic streaming. Did you see the background he had set up? That's funny. What else? Got a couple more funny videos. This is a bad squat. This is not a good squat, guys, for Halloween. So first off, this is 490 pounds on this bar. That's 5 plates on each side on a 45-pound bar at a Planet Fitness. 495 pounds. This guy is not that big. This guy's thighs are not that developed. And just off looking at the dude, he should not be doing this much weight on the bar. And he definitely shouldn't be doing it without a spot. Let's see what happens. He gets one. That's a horrible form on a squat. Not all the way down. Here we go. And what happens? Fuck. Oh, he's down. He's down. Let's see it one more time. Now, hopefully he's okay. It doesn't look like his leg snaps. But this leg about to give out. Here we go. Watch. One. Half. I guess half. Here we go. And here goes the leg. He done. Boom! Okay, that's enough of that. I got 2 more funny videos. It can't all be spooky stuff, right? This is a cool slide. I don't know why. I think that I've seen this video a lot forever, and I want to ride this slide. Check this out. I think it's out of Airbnb. Boom! Look at this. Dude, she gone. That looks so fun. Let's watch it one more time. So nice. Let's watch it twice. She gone. Look at that. Boom! That's awesome. I would love to do that. That would be fun. One more funny video. Bookmarks. This is the only thing like TikTok and these reels and these shorts are good for, is for funny videos. Do not be getting your politics and your news and your science and your information from TikTok and reels and 1-minute clips. I would not recommend this, but for funny videos and cool stuff like this, it's pretty cool. This is not TikTok, though. Look at these gators. There's 100 gators eating 300 pounds of quail. Let's go. Ow, my knee. That's awesome. Look at them crocs. I said gators. These are crocs. 100 crocodiles eat 300 kilograms of quail. That's wild. Yo. And then Steve Irwin got hit by a dang manta ray. Your hair would have good one. Johnny, come up with some new material, buddy. It's been done got old, buddy. It's been done got old, Johnny. We get it. The show's called Dreaded Conservative for a reason. The hair is actually it's actually a brain F. It's a brain F. What I'm doing is F-ing your brain because I want people to react how you react. I want the liberals to see me and think, oh, he looked like a hippie. He looked like one of them hippie liberal guys. And then they find out I talk and they're like, oh, he's nothing like us. And then they turn on me. And then the conservatives see my hair and they say, oh, he thinks he's black. Or he's got dreadlocks. So then they turn on me. And it's good. It's the plan, Johnny. I don't want people to like me. That's not the goal. That's why we are the dreaded conservative. It's a play on words, my friend. It's a play on words. All right. Let's get in these rapid fire news reports. News report. True. I forgot what it was named. Yeah, the show's called The Dreaded Conservative. I can't just cut it. It gets people's attention. My hair's so long I don't need a weave or for cornrow. World's dirtiest man dead at 24. Not long after taking bath for the first time in decades. This isn't like Iran. An Iranian man dubbed the world's dirtiest man has died at the age of 94. Amu Haji died Sunday in the village of Dezgah. According to Islamic Republic News Agency IRNA, he had refused to bathe for more than 60 years, fearing it would make him sick. He gained notoriety around the globe for his unofficial title as the world's dirtiest man, and his life was even chronicled in a 2030 documentary called The Strange Life of Amu Haji. Villagers had recently pressured him to bathe, and for the first time a few months ago, villagers had taken him to a bathroom to wash. The IRNA report stated, according to the Telegraph, not long after he fell ill and finally on Sunday, he gave up his life. The report continued, according to Telegraph. So this guy was afraid to bathe and basically reportedly had no wife or family, but some villagers tried to look after him, including reportedly building him a cinder block dwelling. Emotional setbacks in his youth, so childhood trauma, reportedly kept him from bathing, according to villagers cited by The Guardian. So something traumatic made him afraid to take a bath, and he was scared of getting sick. He also allegedly ate roadkill and had been photographed smoking multiple cigarettes at once. So, and this guy made it to 94. So, you know, he was breaking all the rules, and he lived forever. And then as soon as he takes a bath, he dies. Coincidence? I think not. I think not. Anyway, crazy story. Crazy story. But in other news, Guinness Book of World Records has an opening for a new World's Dirtiest Man. Since previous World's Dirtiest Man, he did. So there's a new opening. So whoever was like vying for first, trying to be the world's dirtiest man, whoever hadn't bathed in 58 years, you know, that poor soul who's like, man, I just can't wait till I can be the dirtiest man ever, is ecstatic right now because this dude died and now he is the world's dirtiest man. The runner-up for dirtiest man just stepped up to the plate in a big way. Let's get on it. All right, next, we got some more horror stories. Thai transgender tycoon buys entire Miss Universe organization for $20 million. So, guys, calm down. This right here, that's a transformer. That's a man. That's a man, baby. That's a man, baby. Anyway, this person bought Miss Universe, the Miss Universe pageant, the whole organization. This person here bought it for $20 million. So now Miss Universe is owned by this transgender, how do I say it? Transgender woman? Is that the proper way? This transgender woman bought Miss Universe. So it got a peepee, and it's coach in the Miss Universe. But shocking to find out. And I also saw Real None Your Business. I saw you had shared a Playboy picture of like a guy on the cover of Playboy or something. Fun fact, that's old news. There might be there's a current one now with a guy on the cover. I was going to report on it, but once I started looking into it, I was like, oh, this been done happening for years now. Playboy's had multiple transgenders since like the first one was like 4 years ago. And they've had like 3 transgenders, and they've had 2 men in Playboy as the cover model for Playboy. And I'm not talking about transgenders. I'm talking about men. The current cover of Playboy magazine is just a man. And it's not a transgender man. It's a man who identifies as a gay man. And this is the second time they've done this with Playboy. But for the most part, Playboy's only digital now. I mean, I don't think people are really still buying Playboy magazine. But yeah, same thing. It's nothing new with Miss Universe. This was the first transgender Miss Universe competitor in 2018. Miss Spain, first ever transgender contestant. So, it's old news. What else we got? There's no such thing as a man crowned Brazil's Woman of the Year. So we're seeing this globally. We're seeing this everywhere. Brazil, known for some of the hottest, some of the most smoking hot women in the world. I put it up. I put Brazil, Sweden, and that's about all I care about. Brazil and Sweden for hottest woman award. Maybe Colombia. Maybe Guatemala. No. What do you think, Flor? Guatemala for most beautiful women. But yeah. So anyway, Brazil, one of the top meccas for beautiful women. Woman of the Year. You look like a man. You look like a man. I'm gonna be honest. This one's not even passing. That last one, who bought Miss Universe, not even a competitor. The last one who bought Miss Universe was at least passing. This one, not so much. That looked like damn LeBron James. That looked like that tennis player LeBron, or who that look like? I don't know. That looked like a man, looking like Vin Diesel mixed with LeBron James. Venezuelos, shout out Venezuelans. Ooh, Venezuelans. Flor says Guatemala high in the ranking, but definitely Brazil slacking. If this is the Woman of the Year in Brazil slacking big time. What do we got from Breitbart? Back on the field, high school football coach fired for praying, gets reinstated. You guys remember we reported on this story a while ago. This guy got fired for praying on the field. He back. I hope they're compensating him for all the money lost, or he was on some sort of paid suspension or something like that. Go woke, go broke. The man's gonna pray. Let him pray. Next, homeless man builds wooden house on wheels on Hollywood Boulevard. Honestly, guys, I respect this. This guy's name's Q. This guy's pretty based as far as homeless people go. I got a soft spot in my heart for the homeless community because I've been there before, and I respect this because they're gonna complain. They're gonna open up sections of the city like Skid Row for tent cities. They're gonna encourage homeless people by making the house prices super high and inflation, and then they're going to say, well, we got to raise the minimum wage, but that just makes everything harder for everybody else, and nobody can afford a house in these Democrat cities, and the homeless problems are outrageous. These are problems that the Democrat Party creates so that they can pretend to solve, and they never actually solve them, and so I respect to see some innovation. I don't like tents being in public sidewalks. I don't like people pooping in public sidewalks. I don't like people shooting up and doing drugs in public sidewalks. When I say I got a soft spot for the homeless people, I'm against, all the Democrat policies of trying to give them free everything, and we think that's going to save them. It's not going to save them. So at the same time, I don't want to see homeless people shooting up in the streets, pooping in the streets, and all these things. This guy, homeless man, builds wooden house on wheels on Hollywood Boulevard. So what they do is, people set up a tent, they'll make a camp, and they'll just collect trash, and it'll grow, and it grows. I watch it happen all the time around me in Salt Lake City. And eventually, after it gets too big and people complain, the cops come in and they give them, an hour to pack it up. Take what you can, and the rest we're taking out. And they'll have a truck come in with a wagon, and they'll have city workers jump out, load all the things in, and these homeless people lose everything that they've collected. Most of it's trash, but they lose it, and they got to pack up, and then they move, and then they do it all over again somewhere else. This guy's showing some innovation. This guy's built a house out of pallet wood and recycled wood. He's got flowers. He's got electricity, and it's on wheels. So, of course, it's an eyesore. It's going to be parked in the sidewalk. It's an eyesore. It's going to be in people's way. But when the cops come and they say, pack it up, you need to go, all this guy's got to do is grab his trailer and wheel this thing out. And I respect it. And I'm sure there's places he can put it where it's, out of sight. It looks much nicer than a tent. And, shout out to Argentina. Spot on, Josh. South Americans are the beauty queens, not Central. Uh-oh. We got a war. Jazz wants that Amazonian. No, that looked like an Amazonian. Yeah, from Brazil. Let's listen to this clip.
When I started WeatherTight Windows, I never said.
We got to add real quick. Let's watch this clip. But the news reporters were doing another story, and then they see this guy, and then they called the cops on him. So, kind of whack. Shout out Brazil.
I spoke to him. He's quite happy to be here, but says he's planning to move soon. So this is
all he's got to do is roll.
22 in Los Angeles. You can basically build your own small wooden house right on Hollywood Boulevard, live in it, continue to refuse offers.
I mean, why not? Like, it's got wheels. I'm sure he didn't build it right there. He probably built it, and then he just pulls it over there because that's where he hangs out, and then he just moves it. So, you guys cause these problems. Don't be mad when people come up with innovative ways to get around your laws. You're Amazonian?
Of city services, and most people around here are okay with it. Others say it has to go.
He's got flowers?
It's a solid, well-built wooden structure propped up by metal carts and car batteries. A power cord unplugged.
Now, here's the problem. It does look like he's kind of got to do some work to get it rolling. Like, it's not always just set. I would have the wheels built into the corners with locks. So then it's always on wheels, and I can always just move it. But he seems like he's got it on bricks. That I'm not a fan of. He's got to figure out. He's got to get a little more engineering prowess.
Which is piled high with assorted power tools and electronics. Reaction mixed. What do you think of that?
Great blend.
I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad.
It is a little out there, but he is safe and he doesn't have to worry about someone burning his tent down.
I don't even know why or how or I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You don't know why or how?
Is this okay?
Because
it's not
because
okay
he doesn't have
it's
your
gotten
white
to this
privilege.
point. The fact that he's here, I don't see an issue with it.
Anybody home? After I called the city and the LAPD to see what.
So this reporter called the cops on this guy. Snitch, you damn snitch, tattletale.
Police did come and talk to the man. They've been here before. They described him as young.
Cops already know him.
They offered to connect him with services. He declined. They left. Summing up the municipal code, the only enforcement.
And this is what. And this is what Democrats don't understand is that you can't solve the homeless problem because a lot of people are just wired differently. They're not going to take the help. They don't want to be in the shelters. The shelters are hellholes. The homeless shelters, I've been in 3 homeless shelters, one in Utah, one in Salt Lake City, Utah, one in Madeira, California, and one somewhere else in California, Modesto. They were both kind of close to each other. But anyway, my point is those homeless shelters are worse than any jail or prison you'll ever go to. They're worse. They're worse. But you're free to come and go. But that means you're free to bring in and out stuff. Like everybody's shooting up around you. There's fights every night. People stealing your stuff. You have to have eyes on the back of your head. The homeless shelter is a mess. And that's why homeless people don't want to go there. And they don't want rules. A lot of these people, they can't handle authority. They can't handle rules. They can't handle structure. Or some of them, it's just the way their mind works. They don't need stuff. They're minimalists. They're happy sleeping on a tent on the sidewalk every night. Now, a lot of them are drug addicts. A lot of them are mentally ill. A lot of them are been traumatized their whole life, been through a lot of crazy things, all sorts of reasons. I think the biggest causes are going to be mental illness and drug addiction. And a lot of those people want to get out of the streets, but they don't know how to do it. Those are the ones we have to help. But a lot of them you can't help because they don't want the help. They are happy with their lives on the streets. And I think this guy's innovative. I think he's smart. I mean, how is this any different than somebody who lives in a van? Maybe this guy can't get a driver's license. So I hate rule structure. Just kidding. Well, you can go sleep outside, LG Fox. Feel free. You should stop cheating and pay property tax, get an actual job in a house. Yeah, well, you can say that, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Not everybody thinks the same. So that's not a realistic.
City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell says he hopes this can be resolved with what are called.
And he seems like a decent guy. He cleans up around the neighborhood. He's got flowers. He says he watches out for crime. All the business owners like him. I don't see how this is any different than somebody who lives in a camper or an RV. He has a house on wheels, a mobile house on wheels.
He hasn't bothered anyone, and honestly, I'm glad that it's right there because I honestly feel safer with him there. For some reason, I don't know why. It's just he feels like
because he watches over the neighborhood.
He knows what he's doing, and he's not here to.
You're not gonna go. Look, that guy is not gonna walk outside his store and tell somebody to quit shooting up or quit taking a dump on his front porch. But Q will. Q's on it because Q ain't trying to bring no heat down on his spot. So Q, when homeless people say they clean up their area after them and they watch out for the area around them, they're not doing it for the benefit of the store owners. They're doing it to keep heat off of them. The cleaner their spot is, the cleaner their street is, and the less, of the nasty homeless people, the crazy guys that are walking around with needles hanging out of their arms, the less of that you got around, the longer you can stay in the same spot, the longer you can establish that spot. So they have heart. Yeah, I'll be honest. Some jail inmates and homeless people I know are smarter than a lot of other people. Some are smart. Some of the smartest people I've ever met were homeless or inmates. There's something about that thin line between genius and insanity.
Make us a little bit uncomfortable for them to be comfortable, and I think that's just the problem in LA. No one realizes how much of a burden it can do to our mentality and just the way we carry ourselves.
What a beta. He feels safer. Yeah, that guy's a beta. He ain't gonna go out and do nothing. But Q's handling the block. This is Q's street.
He wants to be a mechanical engineer, and that he is.
That's great, but don't ask me for money.
Saturday, Alex, and
yeah, I mean, we don't know that. I'm guessing he's not panhandling in the proximity of his house. If he's smart, which he looks like he is a smart homeless person, he's not panhandling around his house. You don't shit where you eat.
If anything happens to this man, as I mentioned, he's perfectly happy being here, and most of the people around here are happy to have him. Live in Hollywood, I'm Phil Schumann.
But the reporter still called the cops on him.
How is he not blocking the sidewalk? And secondly, is it?
It's a big sidewalk.
It looks like a structure there, and these are the business.
Yeah. Now, see, I do have a problem with the fact he's got it on bricks. It's taking up the majority of the sidewalk. I respect the ingenuity. I wish he would get some permanent wheels on there, locking wheels, so it's always on wheels, and take it to a less conspicuous spot. Take it to the industrial district where there's big open fields. Every city's got one, that area where, it's just a bunch of dirt fields and wells and tankers and dump sites and things like this. Take it out there. But he wants to be close to the action. So, maybe you bring it out there in the morning, you take it somewhere else at night. I don't know. From 1,155 a night.
taxes, have to go through permitting processes. Everybody around there that lives there has
Yeah.
to pay property taxes.
So the most outrage you're going to see is people being jealous because they have to pay for their life. And you can take that however you want, but when people are real butthurt about this, it's because they're jealous because he's not paying and he's getting by. He's living, he's going to be a millionaire after every party. It's a mess to clean up. Yeah, guys, don't be jealous of this homeless guy because he doesn't have to pay property taxes. Shop owners and business owners. Do I think he should have it in front of their shop? No. I think he needs to take it somewhere else. But yeah. Anyway, last but not least, not last but not least, almost last but not. Well, we'll go to Jake Paul beat Anderson Silva. Jake Paul. Let me repeat that. Jake Paul beat Anderson Silva in their boxing match last night. It went 8 rounds. It went to decision. It was a unanimous decision from all the judges. The only knockdown scored in the fight was from Jake to Silva. Silva got knocked down in the 7th round. My brother says that it's all rigged. He doesn't believe it. He watched the fight. I said, but dude, it's unanimous. All the judges said he was. He said, well, if you're one of those people who believes in stuff that's wrote down on paper, then I guess. But but the Arizona Gaming Commission says this is legit. People gamble on this. It's supposed to be a legit boxing match, and Jake Paul won. Jake Paul beat Spider Silva, a legend in UFC, a legend. Pretty exciting stuff. Not Silva, LOL. I used to like him, but after he broke his leg, he's toast. Yeah, he got beat. He got beat by Jake Paul. Yep. Yeah, he was a boss, dude. When he, as Eminem said, like Anderson Silva after he snapped his shin and half again, then try to put the back on the mat again, hanging by a flap of skin. That's Eminem. Okay. All right. Last but not least, Katy Perry. Do I have a clip for this? I have a clip for this. Dang, I forgot clips. Did I forget clips? What do I got? Okay. Last clip. We'll play the Katy Perry clip. I'm gonna give you guys, an opinion that maybe most of the right and the conservatives aren't gonna agree with me on this one. They're not gonna like my take on this one. But here it is. So let's watch it first. So she's on stage in Vegas doing her Vegas show, which is a nightly show. Eye starts bugging out. So Crowder reported on this. Lots of people have been reporting on this. The eye bug out. We got one more clip. Do you share the break? Do you share Urban Adventures? Do you share the break? Do you share the break? You mean how I played the video of it? So here's another video. Frozen, I got this from you. So she's pouring beer from her boob. And she's like freaking out and wigging out. So guys.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
She shut down. Here's my opinion that the conservatives aren't going to like. I'm going to go with the mainstream on this one. This is all being blown way out of proportion by conservatives, saying that she's got the Vaseline and now her brain is shutting down. She's having Bell's palsy, things like this. I don't believe it, guys. If you watch more of the show, a larger section, she's kind of does a lot of robotic things in the show, and she's kind of acting like a robot. And actually, I think Katy Perry might be kind of based. Katy Perry addresses viral eye twitch that left fans worried for her health. In a video that's since gone viral, eye begins to twitch on stage, but the singer has since addressed the speculation, creating a meme and promoting a few more shows added to her 2023 Las Vegas concert series with a caption on Instagram that reads, "Welcoming all my flat earthers, space is fakers, birds aren't realers, sky isn't bluers, to come see my broken doll eye party trick in real life in Vegas next year." And yeah, so basically she's saying shout out to all the conspiracy theorists, but I literally pour beer out of my boob in this show and pretend to be a robot for a while. It's a party trick. But I think y'all are cool and it's fun. I think Katy Perry might be kind of base, and she's kind of doing this for the knowing exactly that this would happen. What the hell, is she having a seizure or an eyelid spasm? Nah, she's just doing a bit. She's doing a bit in her show. And just as expected, everybody loses their mind and has to jump to the craziest possible. So, not a hot take from me. My hot take is actually, for once, the counter of the hot take. I'm not taking the extreme position here. I'm going to say we need to chill out. Because if you watch the concert, you can tell it's a bit. It's definitely a bit. Yeah, she's desperate for attention. Yeah, and she got it. It's working. From both sides. The left is like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And then the right's like, "Oh my God, she's got the Bell's palsy from the Vaseline. Put her on the list." And meanwhile, she's just laughing. I think it's kind of based. She's definitely not based. Well, I don't know. I don't know her personally, and I don't think you do either, Johnny Bender. But yeah, she's probably not based. I think this move is kind of based. I think it's kind of funny. Personally, it's something I would do. I just start twitching out. Like if I just started doing that, is everybody gonna freak out and say he's on? He's about to die. He's about to die. It's the Vaseline. Probably not. I think people would understand it's a bit. She held Hillary's hand, JS. I mean, I'm not saying she's in everything she does. She's based. I'm not saying she's the second coming. I'm just saying. I think we're kind of blowing this out of proportion. I think she's just being funny. And yeah. Anyway, last but not least, I got a movie review / true story. Has anybody ever seen The Exorcism of Emily Rose? Let's get back to the spooky stuff. MK Ultra. Yeah, I don't think that's MK Ultra. Now the Paul Pelosi thing could be MK Ultra. Mr. Pepe, he could be MK Ultra. I don't think Katy Perry's MK Ultra. I think yeah. I think she succeeded in what she was trying to do. All right. So, one of my favorite scary movies for Halloween, scary movie review / the true story. Have you guys ever seen? If you saw my tier list from last week, and by the way, we've been doing all sorts of, I think she's lost, probably. I met her. I worked for Live Nation. Okay, I don't know what that is. But what was I about to say? We've been doing a lot of crazy stuff for the third segment for the last shows. We haven't done any theology or any Bible thumping in a minute. So next week's show, we're definitely going to get back to the Bible thumping. I'm going to have some sort of third segment Bible thumping, talking about something spiritual, theological, biblical, something like that. Because we haven't done anything like that in a while. We've been, kind of in that Halloween spirit. We're talking about spooky stuff and ghosts and all that. But so next week we'll go back to the thumping. But this week for Halloween, last week, I did the tier list of scary movies, and in the GOAT tier, I put The Exorcism of Emily Rose. And let me know in chat if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, I think it's an epic scary movie, but it's based on a true story. Now, I tell people I don't believe in ghosts. But I do believe in demons. I do believe in angels and demons. I don't believe in ghosts. Now, biblically, if we're going biblically, there are ghost stories in the Bible. There are people who died and came back as ghosts to talk to people in the Bible. So biblically, there are ghosts. Now, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know they're in there. And we got to do the Bible trivia belt, Robbie. Maybe we could do that next week. I'm down to work the show kind of smaller tomorrow and do Bible belt trivia next week, Robbie. And then do a Bible thumping thing. She's built well. But this is Annalise Michelle and the shocking images from the real exorcism of Emily Rose. And So when we got to be careful, because when we talk about, when I say things like I don't believe in depression, or I don't believe in anxiety, or I don't believe in all these mental illnesses, I believe they're actually spiritual illnesses. I believe people are literally possessed by demons, and that's what makes them act schizophrenic or act bipolar, or all these things that we physically in the physical world will say it's a mental illness, it's a mental defect. But if you want to go deeper and you want to realize that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but only against powers and principalities and wickedness in high places, then you got to think, well, these people are possessed by demons, and everything's a demon, and they present themselves in different ways. Your addictions, your fears, your worries, your doubts, all these things are demons, right? That have made a home in you, and we have to be careful. Pastors, priests have to be careful, because they'll say this is medical disinformation. You can't tell somebody to get off their prescription drug because they're demon possessed. That's medical disinformation. You can be shut down for that. And the reason, the precedence that has been set, the reason this is a thing is because of the movie, the true story behind the movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. And basically, what happened was, I'll give you a breakdown of the movie real quick, which is also the story. So this girl has mental illnesses, right? She's on medications, and it's not making her better. The medications, the therapy, the therapist, she's not getting better. She's crazily mentally ill. She's not eating right. She's hurting herself. She thrashes around in her bed. So the parents, it's nothing's working. The medications aren't working. So they contact a priest to come look. Is maybe she demon possessed? Maybe she possessed. The priest comes and says she is possessed. Yes, she is possessed. You need to take her off her medications. And because as long as she's on these medications, this is something I say all the time. As long as you're on these psychotropic medications, these things are designed unknowingly, inadvertently. They don't know that they did this, but they basically cut people off from knowing God. So these people can never overcome their traumas. They can never overcome their struggles and their obstacles, because they're put on medications that prevent them from overcoming them. The medications literally keep them, shut down sections of their brain to lock them in this constant state of being a zombie. Basically, you have bipolar, we're going to shut down this chunk of your brain, and we're going to make that part of you a zombie. Your anxiety and your depression and your blah, 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 we're going to shut off different sections of your brain because you don't think right, and now we're going to make you basically a zombie. And anyway, so they call the priest in. He says she's possessed. They tell her to stop taking her medications. Now she's not eating. And the movie Exorcism of Emily Rose, which is done amazingly. If you haven't seen it, you need to watch it. Is the trial. Now, some people like trial movies. Things like My Cousin Vinny. What's the A Few Good Men? Maybe Scent of a Woman. These court movies. A lot of people don't like these movies. But this one's different. This one is a court movie, but the way it goes is as each side presents because basically what happens is Emily Rose dies. The girl dies. The priest gets put in jail because they say you're guilty of like clinical neglect or whatever it's called, because you told her to stop taking her medication and she was left in your care. She didn't eat. And she died, priest, because you told her she was demon possessed. Stop taking her medication. You're the reason she died. So this priest is on trial, and the defense attorney is presenting the case that everything that happened to this girl is because she was mentally ill and she didn't have her medication. So they'll go through each part of the story, and they'll tell their side, and they'll show her. So, in one scene, she's like flashing around in her bed, and she's slamming her knees into the ground, and she walks out into the yard, and she puts her hand on a barbed wire fence and cuts her hands. And then so they show this scene as the state is presenting it, saying this is what happened. Then the priest gets up to the stand, and he gets to give his side of the story, and he tells it the way he tells it. They show it in a different light, like she's possessed by a demon, and like her knees are bending backwards and slamming into the floor. She's like crawling around on the roof like the movie The Exorcist, and she walks outside, and in her eyes everything is just like white And it's like she's in like a hellscape, and in the way the priest gets it, that's stigmata. She has stigmata on her hands, which are the wounds that Jesus got on the cross. And so they're saying she went outside and basically, the demons came on her and she saw the demons and she got the stigmata. But then the state says, no, she put her hands on a barbed wire fence. And so the movie keeps going back and forth, and it gives their side of the story, mental illness, medication, blah, 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 all these realistic physical things. And then the priest side of the story, no, this is metaphysical. These are demons. And the girl ended up dying, and the priest ended up going to jail. I think in the movie, spoiler alert, well, I won't give you a spoiler alert, but I think in the movie, something happens to the priest at the end that doesn't necessarily happen in the real story. Let's read about the real story real quick. But it's a great energy doesn't just die. But Emily Rose was a solid movie. Won't cap. Yeah, it's one of my favorite scary movies. The only ones I ever liked are the unusual ones like Blackula, MST level movies of Freddy Krueger. Yeah, it's a really good movie. It's got the girl from Dexter in it. Dexter's sister. Though many may not know it, the horrifying events of the 2005 film The Exorcism of Emily Rose were not entirely fictional, but rather were based on the actual experiences of a German girl named Anneliese Michel. Anneliese Michel grew up devoutly Catholic in Bavaria, West Germany in the 1960s, where she attended Mass twice a week. When Anneliese was 16, she suddenly blacked out at school and began walking around dazed. Though Anneliese did not remember the event, her friends and family said she was in a trance-like state. A year later, Anneliese Michel experienced a similar occurrence where she woke up in a trance and wet her bed. Her body also went through a series of convulsions, causing her body to shake uncontrollably, kind of like a possessed person. But what happened next was even more disturbing. After the second time, Anneliese visited a neurologist who diagnosed her with temporal lobe epilepsy, a disorder that caused seizures, loss of memory, and experiencing visual and auditory hallucinations. Temporal lobe epilepsy can also cause Geschwitz syndrome, a disorder marked by hyperreligiosity. Hyperreligiosity. I need to look that word up. Hyperreligiosity. Does it mean believing your religion too much? Hyperreligiosity is a psychiatric disturbance in which a person experiences intense religious beliefs or episodes that interfere with normal functioning. Hyperreligiosity generally includes abnormal beliefs and a focus on religious context or even atheistic content, which interferes with work and social functioning. Oh, I got some of that. I got a little hyperreligiosity. The movie was intense, but not that scary. You didn't think so? Dude, I thought it was very scary. I thought it was a very deep scary, like you watch this and you're like, dang man, I don't know, it makes you question things. I don't know, I mean, it's an opinion thing, but I thought it was a lot of screeching. Oh yeah, when at the end when she's in the barn and she's they say, which demon are you? And she says, I'm not one, I am legion, I am 12. And she names all the demons. She names Baal and Moloch and Belial, and she names the names of all the demons. And all those names she names are in the Bible. But of course, that's all Hollywoodization. That's not part of the real story. A lot of that movie, it's not even the same name as the same girl. It's just loosely based on this story. But this girl did die because of basically what they said is a priest told her to stop taking her medication. After her diagnosis, Anneliese began taking medication for her epilepsy and enrolled at the University of Wurzburg in 1973. However, the drug she was given failed to help her, and as the year progressed, her condition began to deteriorate. Though she was still taking her medication, Anneliese began to believe that she was possessed by a demon and that she needed to find a solution outside of medicine. So she began to, and the problem is that the priest says, well, I can't properly perform an exorcism if you're on these medications. But if you get off these medications, then you might die anyway. So it's like, and now exorcists can't even really, and I don't know how much I believe in all the whole Catholic version. When I talk about demons possessing people, I'm talking about like when you smoke a cigarette. When you smoke a cigarette, that's a little person. A lot of cigarette smoking addicts will say they had a little man inside them telling them to smoke. They didn't want to smoke. They had a little man inside them. It's often portrayed in children's books and stories as the angel on your shoulder and the devil on your shoulder, or you have a wolf, you have a good wolf and a bad wolf. Which one is going to win? The one you feed the most. Like we hear about your conscience, your Jiminy Cricket, your the voice inside your head. We hear about these things. Everybody knows about these things. And so when I'm talking about demon possession, I don't necessarily think you need a Catholic priest with a cross and holy water saying the power of Christ compels you, and that you're going to have your head twisting around backwards and you're going to be projectile vomiting. I don't know about all that stuff. That stuff may not be true. When I talk about demon possession, it's a much more it's kind of, how can I explain it? It's a much less dramatic demon possession. It's just your bad habits. Those are your demons. You get what I'm saying? We are legion. We are many. Jiminy Cricket. First date movie. Supposedly people ran or puked or fainted. Your dad, hardcore. The Exorcist, only movie that truly shook me. See, and yeah, an Exorcist was a scary one. I'm surprised if you were a fan of The Exorcist that you didn't also get. Well, maybe you're. I don't know. Maybe you just got, I don't know. I just thought it was a good movie. I thought it was a pretty good movie, but the true story is pretty crazy. She began to see the face of the devil wherever she went and said she heard demons. That's creepy too. In Exorcism of Emily Rose, when she's walking down the street and she looks at the people's faces walking by her with the umbrella, and then they turn around and they got demon faces. Dude, that movie was creepy. I think people forget how creepy that movie was. There were some creepy parts of that movie. Some pretty seriously freaky parts. When they walk in the room and her knees are bending backwards and she's bouncing off the floor, that was freaky. Poltergeist was scary, but I think Poltergeist was always whack. I like good over evil. Yeah, I watched Exorcist and Salem's Lot. First one scared me. I read all Stephen King books before I saw the movies, so the movies were kind of for me. Even The Shining. I like The Shining. I think it's an epic movie, but it's when you read the book first, the movies always let you down. Good deep stuff. When she heard demons telling her she was damned and would rot in hell while she was praying, she concluded that the devil must be possessing her. Annalise sought out priests to help her with her demonic possession, but all the clergy she approached rejected her request, saying that she should seek medical help and that they needed permission of the bishop anyway. At this point, Annalise's delusions had become extreme. Believing she was possessed, she ripped the clothes off her body, compulsively performed up to 400 squats a day. So that's the leg thing that we see in Exorcism of Emily Rose. Crawled under a table and barked like a dog for 2 days. She also ate spiders and coal, bit the head off a dead bird, and licked her own urine from the floor. Like, this doesn't sound... This sounds like a demon to me. I mean, she's on, and this is while she's on the medication. So these doctors say she has epilepsy. I've heard of epilepsy. I know about epilepsy. And they're giving her medicine for her epileptic seizures and her hyper-religiosity. But that doesn't explain doing 400 squats, then crawling under a table for 2 days and eating spiders and licking your urine off the floor. I've got a scary story for real. And she yells Mary, and that's wild. Yeah. Are we talking about Exorcist or Exorcism? She was clowning. Did you ever watch the sitcom Soap when they made fun of The Exorcist? Oh man, here's real pictures of her. Finally, she and her mother found a priest, Ernst Alt, who believed in her possession. He stated that she didn't look like an epileptic in later court documents. Yeah. I never seen no epileptic dang eating spiders and licking urine off the floor. Just saying. And seeing demons. But I guess it can cause hallucinations. Annalise wrote to all, I am nothing. Everything about me is vanity. What should I do? I have to improve. You pray for me. And also once told him, I want to suffer for other people, but this is so cruel. Alt petitioned the local bishop, Bishop Joseph Stangl, who eventually approved the request and granted a local priest, Arnold Renz, permission to perform an exorcism, but ordered that it be carried out in total secret. Exorcisms have existed in various cultures for millennia, Practice then became popular in Catholic churches in the 1500s, right around the time the New King James Bible was written. The priests who would use the Latin phrase "Vade retro satana," go back Satan, to expel demons from their mortal hosts. The practice of Catholic exorcism was codified in the Ritual Romanum, a book of Christian practices assembled in the late 16th century. I think that's where we, or no, actually that's Hebrew. By the 1960s, exorcisms were very rare among Catholics, but a rise in movies and books like The Exorcist in the early 1970s caused renewal in interest in the practice. Of course it did. You probably also, when movies like this are made, you probably also see a rise in people claiming to be possessed. Like, I think these movies have Hollywoodized it to the point where it's kind of fake. So we'll see a lot of people faking. We'll see a lot of people being dramatic, going, I am Belial, demon, bad, drooling on themselves and stuff. And I think a lot of this is people craving attention. But a real true demon possessed person, I don't know if it's this obvious. I mean, I don't think it's going to look like the girl in The Exorcist. I think it's going to look like the guy walking down the street. And here she is, look at her. Look at her eyes. That's insane. These are old pictures. Over the next 10 months, following the bishop's approval of the exorcism, Alton Renz conducted 67 exorcisms, lasting up to 4 hours on the young woman. 4 hours apiece? For 67? That's crazy. Through these sessions, Annalise revealed that she believed she was possessed by 6 demons: Lucifer, Cain, Judas Iscariot, Adolf Hitler, Nero, and Fleischmann, a disgraced priest. Okay, so that is... Wow, so that's what happens in the movie. In the movie, she says Baal, Moloch, Belial. She does say Judas. She says Lucifer. She says the demon that infected Cain. Wow, so the movie actually is kind of legit on that. She did actually say that. That's wild. Look at this. The Legend of Bali Creek was from southern Oklahoma. Bigfoot Legends from down there was a documentary about sightings. Had a coast that believed all was true. Went to bed and lights out. Looks like she knew Chris Brown. All these spirits would jostle for power of Annalise's body and would communicate her mouth with a low growl. These are accurate English subtitles to the original Annalise Michelle tapes. These are the real tapes of her. 1975. Audio has been enhanced. Warning, audio spikes. So headphone wearers, beware. I didn't know this was in here. Be warned, guys. Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. The power of Christ compels you. Let's let not... This is in German, by the way, guys. So if you're on audio only... If only the dumbasses had a clue. Why do you fear the rosary? Why? Hold on, guys. Is it quiet? Du hast dich. Tell me this by God. This does not sound like epileptic seizure.
Gegen uns.
The power of Christ compels you. Damn, girl. I don't know who that is. Who's to blame for that? We are. Sounds like Bibby against his Hot Pocket Breakwave. This is crazy. I didn't know. I didn't listen to this. I didn't know this was on here. So is it religiosity when she repels from the rosary? Is it religiosity when she freaks out? Hyper religiosity? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? So he pays money for it? Yeah, she's German. They're in Germany. But the bitches who always pray. That can be their only fortune, but that thing you bitch, you implanted it in the family. Families. You don't want Tim to give it in the hands? He would like that very much. Yeah. Damn. This is pretty long. This is 10 minutes. Now, if we start hearing some other voices, then above command. Sounds like Jawas in Star Wars. Good creepy Halloween stuff. Thanks, LJ. But he doesn't eat like animals. Communication rails must go back in. The shit things, the church rails, the kneelers, onion rails. Priests, they must. I won't say it. Must be recognizable as priests. I always understand. What the? They also get married. God's command. Whoa, 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 whoa. Darum. This is freaky. 10 minutes, it sounds like Antifa rallies. Sounds like a woman taking my order for orange chicken. 9! Is this the recording where she says that? Oh, yeah, here we go. I am Nero, the third of the bunch. This is where she lists off all the demons. This little girl just knows about. He says, what is your name? Because that's part of the. So the exorcist wants the demon to reveal themselves. So the exorcist will try to get the demon's name, get the demon to say their name. Because once the exorcist knows their name, then it's easier to pull them out. This is like what the exorcists say. But he says, so he says, what's your name? And she says, with that I will say no more. She says she's more than one. I am Nero. Nope, I'm muting this. They hear the names. Who has the holy water? Be careful, you don't know what names you're referring to. We're calling Lucifer, Cain, Judas Iscariot, Nero, Adolf Hitler, and something else. People are partying outside. You should shut your mouth. Sisters must Damn, that sounds. 9. The pastors. There must be obedience to the Pope. guess in this one she only says Nero. The Dutch bishops are heretics. What? Dang, heretics. Fleischman not that too bad in OJ? In the name of the Holy Trinity.
Du musst alles sagen, was du mir zu sagen hast. Im Namen des Vaters und des Sohnes und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Die Mutter Gottes wird dich dazu zwingen. Im Namen Jesu und im Namen Maria. Im Namen des Vaters. Alles. Im Namen des Vaters.
Doesn't matter which abortion takes place.
Das wissen wir alle. Das ist noch nicht.
Yes.
Nicht so anschauen. Die Wahrheit.
Almost over, because they're not baptized. This is freaky. Father of lies, speak the truth. Father of the Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. That's crazy. So that's audio from this Annalise. Damn. How did she die? The demons argued with each other, with Hitler saying people are stupid as pigs. They think it's all over after death. It goes on, and Judas saying Hitler was nothing but a big mouth who had no real say in hell. Throughout these sessions, Annalise would frequently talk about dying to atone for the wayward youth of the day and the apostate priests of the modern church. She broke the bones and ripped the tendons in her knees from continually kneeling in prayer. Over these 10 months, Annalise was frequently restrained so the priest can conduct exorcism rites. She slowly stopped eating, and she eventually died of malnutrition and dehydration on July 1st, 1976. She was 23 years old. Damn. After her death, her story became a national sensation. Parents, two priests conducted the exorcism, were charged with negligent homicide. They came before the court and even used a recording of the exorcism to try to justify their actions. The two priests were found guilty of manslaughter resulting from negligence and were sentenced to 6 months in jail, which was later suspended, and 3 years of probation. The parents were exempt from any punishment as they had suffered enough, a criteria for sentencing in German law. And there's a picture from Exorcism of Emily Rose. Good movie. But that's that. That's all I got to talk about that. That was crazy audio tapes. And it sounds like she didn't get her welfare check. She waited till the first. Ever heard of Angry Cat? So let's see if there's any other spooky. Did I miss any? I got all the pictures and everything. Real life exorcist. Huh. Some of these are like whack. A day in the life of a modern American exorcist. There's some videos of like ones that happen in like Africa and stuff, and they're freaky. Some of these are kind of whack.
Enjoy the ride, my dude.
Hyper religiosity.
Whatever I do does not have the ability to do anything to you. That's right.
This don't look real already. This already looks fake.
It's a good plan. I saw it.
Shout out Todd. Where has he been?
I anoint you with oil.
I don't know.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the
Speaking
Holy
of that,
Spirit.
rest in peace. October 13th, an old friend of me and Todd's died on the 13th, and I didn't find out about it until yesterday. But she was a former user who got clean, and she relapsed, as is typical, and she overdosed, and she died on October 13th. So Todd told me about that yesterday, but he didn't know all the details, so I went and got all the details. Me and him both dated her back in the day. She was a wild girl. She was a crazy girl. And it's sad. I thought she was clean. She'd been posting, and I look at her Facebook, and for days leading up to it, for like the 2 weeks leading up to the 13th, she was posting all about sobriety. I'm sober, proud to be sober, 3 years sober, blah blah blah. And then for like the 2 days before, you see like it goes from her bragging about sobriety, and like it wasn't something she regularly posted about. So something had happened, and then she was really going hard on the sobriety thing, and was posting all about that. And then for like 2 days, it got more angry. Something happened. I don't know what happened, but something must have happened in her life. She got angry, and maybe she relapsed. Well, she did relapse, and she overdosed. But yeah, so R.I.P. Courtney. Another one on the list. That's now David, Joey, Courtney. There's probably more, but off the top of my head, those are 3 friends that I had for Magazine Crew that all overdosed and died. And then Pent. I probably have 8 people now that I was pretty good friends with or knew very well that have overdosed and died in the past 4 years. As I get older, they kind of been dropping, but I don't know what this is. This is probably some whack fake video. This is dumb. Yeah, I don't want to watch this.
What about, she was saying something about under the house.
Oh, that's a dark spot. Exorcism videos. But all right. I don't really have anything else, guys. It's 10:14. I usually probably go power of prayer. Hope it wasn't foul play or something. Nah, I'm pretty sure she just relapsed, and that's usually how it happens. Is people will get clean, and they'll be sober for a long time, and then they when they relapse. I mean, these drugs are always constantly getting stronger. Even if you don't, it's the same with pot. The pot from when we were kids is not the same as the pot now. The heroin from 20 years ago is not the same as heroin now. The heroin from 5 years ago is not the same as the heroin they have today. And then when you add in that it might have fentanyl in it, she's in Florida. She was in Florida, so they got ISO down there, which is 100 times stronger than fentanyl. And basically, so they get clean. They're clean for 3 years. They're clean for 5 years. They're clean for 6 years, and then they get some, and they think that they can do what they were doing before. But even if they do the same amount that they used to have a tolerance for, it's not just that it's the same amount and they don't have the tolerance. It's not just that they don't have the tolerance anymore. It's that the drug has literally gotten more powerful, more potent, and their tolerance has gone down. The strength of the drug has gone up, and then they use, and they did. They did. Stop it, JS. Pot is not methadone. Well, we're not talking about methadone, Johnny Bender. We're talking about heroin, and it doesn't. I'll compare them all day. You want to see me keep doing it? I'll compare them all day. Let's see. When pot was legalized, what was the next step? Oh, let's legalize hardcore drugs in Oregon, and then overdose deaths go up by 600%. So, I don't know. I don't think you want to have that conversation with me, Johnny Bender, because pot is safer than alcohol. Okay, sure. Yep. And as the pot gets stronger, and we push legalization of pot, and then the tower just crumbles. Everything else needs to be legalized, and it becomes more and more and more. Pot down here is still pretty natural. I mean, even if it's grown in a lab, it's not necessarily well. I'm not saying it happens to be. Why demonize pot? Why are you justifying pot? How about it just be pot? Are you on pot's nuts too, Johnny Bender? Like, I understand if you smoke it and stuff, it's cool. I don't care, but I'm all against legalized pot because of weak people. I smoke every day. Good for you, buddy. Do you want a cookie? We got a pothead. Gonna start defending pot in the chat. Listen, bud, most of us smoke pot there, Johnny Bender. The point is, we shouldn't be advocating for it and legalizing it and making it normalized and pushing it on children and having it on every street corner where little kids are 8 years old now going to school and they're getting a dab pen with 99% proof pot and they're becoming retards. That's what's happening, Johnny Bender. That's what's happening. And as they loosen up restrictions on marijuana, the government makes money off of something that used to be an exclusive group of people and it was cool and it was edgy. Now the government's getting rich off of potheads. They're dumbing down the population by using pot. They're taking away your Second Amendment rights with the pot. They're going to get you on a list and then they're going to stop you from buying guns and blah 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 blah. And kids are coming up smoking this stuff and they're dumber and dumber and dumber. And then the next step is we got to legalize heroin and we got to legalize meth. Oh, that's not going to happen. Well, it's already happened. I definitely smoke pot. I smoke pot too. I just don't like when people gotta like come to the defense. If I say one thing about weed, people are like, hey, don't talk bad about my pot. God forbid you talk bad about my pot. I don't want it to seem normal and acceptable to my kids. Yeah, see, and LJ, I know you're not like smoking a blunt in your living room with your kids next to you. You know, you have your little pen and you wait till they're out of the room. You take a couple puffs, whatever. I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying I have a problem with it. But it's kind of ridiculous when you get all defensive if I'm saying anything bad about pot, Johnny Bender. Adult stuff for kids, no way. But the problem is, there's a lot of parents who are just hitting the bong with their kid in the living room, you know? So, because it's just like a cigarette now. And when pot becomes just like a cigarette, well, then that means that the next level of drugs become the next pot. So now coke, ecstasy, mushrooms, ketamine. Now these things are being pushed as they're not so bad. They're just they're that gateway drug now. Because pot's not a drug, right? That's what people will say. Pot's just like cigarettes. Everybody smokes it, and so now the things that used to be the next level are now the first level. So your coke and your ecstasy and your ketamine and your mushrooms, those are now the first level. And then your heroin and your meth and your crack aren't so bad anymore. Now we got a new baddie in town. It's called fentanyl and ISO. And then in 10 years, if we keep going down this progressive path of turning everybody into a drug addict, then eventually they're going to legalize fentanyl, and you're going to go get your fentanyl shot from a place. They're going to give you a needle, and they're going to give you a shot, and you're going to take the shot, and the fentanyl is not even going to be a big deal anymore. That's going to be level 1, and they're going to have something 300 times stronger than ISO and something 300 times stronger than Flocka and bath salts and crocodile, and this is progression. Nah, man, I am comparing the two. They're both drugs, Johnny Bender. I don't care what you say. You can get all mad and defend your pot all you want, but they're both drugs. Pot is a drug. A drug is any chemical compound that alters your state of mind. So nicotine is a drug. Coffee is a drug. Pot is a drug. They are drugs. We can't compare them. I'll compare coffee to heroin. What goes on in the posse? What'd I say? Oh, when I said, oh, my bad. Didn't you say you smoked? What'd I say? I said you smoked sometimes when your kids weren't around. Well, let's just pretend that I was just guessing that. Because you said, I don't want it to seem acceptable to my kids. I didn't say anything super specific, did I? Anyway, my bad. I was just saying, even if I had never seen you in voice chat, what I'm saying is I don't, because you said you don't want it to be acceptable to your kids. So I'm saying I would assume if you smoked pot, you wouldn't do it around your kids. Let's just say it that way. They don't know what we can debate when of age is. Don't do that stuff around kids. I don't even drink around kids. Jeez, people are screaming outside and going wild. It's almost 10:30. I'm about to stop. Is that what you were talking about? You said what goes on? My bad. My bad. My bad. I should have said it anyway. My bad. Didn't you show a video last week of a black woman giving the two black kids hits off the joint? Uh-uh. No, I don't think so. I don't remember that video. Pregnant woman kills her boyfriend. What is this? Obama loses control at the crowd. These are from Word Column B. Didn't you show? No. Okay. I don't know what else to show. All right. I don't think there's any good videos. Any other videos? My bad. My bad, LJ. My bad. Must have been on Jamie's show then. Huh. All right. So some lady let some kids hit the J. Hitting the J. Hitting the J. Playlist. I'm trying to find something. Liked videos. Yeah, I think that's everything I got. Anybody else have any scary stories? Did all that. We did all that. And we did all that. All right. Trying to find a song to play us out. I don't know. Did Muhammad go to heaven? Kanye. It was a great show, Josh. Thanks for it. Coffee is the strongest drug in the world. I almost pooped pants with the recording of the German girl. You've seen Exorcism of Emily Rose. I know you've seen it. It's a good movie. Yep. Happy Halloween, everybody. Butch, LJ, Floor, Johnny Bender. Don't you forget about me. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, a couple times. A couple times. Oh, you saw the movie a couple times? Cool. All right, I'm just trying to find a song to play to say goodbye to everybody. John Carpenter's Halloween. Nope, can't play that. I get a copyright strike. Is there any good movies in the theaters right now? I wanted to see that scary movie called Detroit Halloween, full episode, Drugs Inc. Oh, that's a drug show. Boo. Halloween stuff. See Josh. All right. Let's just fun Bryson. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm out. See Josh. I'm gonna head out, guys. It's almost 10:30. Let's just pick a random Bryson and Tyson song to play because I don't ever get hit for those. Red pill.
Over the past 6 months, we have been.
Ooh, that's it. That's an ad. But yeah, how do we even get started talking about that? Oh, it was Johnny. Don't want nobody talk bad about the weed. All right. 3 days ago. Okay, this is for Gacio.
Somebody got
all right, playing us out. Bryson Gray.
DJ Kid,
Bryson,
this a hit for sure.
Bryson
I ain't scared
Gray.
to get canceled. I serve God alone.
Let's get it.
Hey, they coming for our children, are you fed up? They trying to lock us up in prison, are you fed up? You can't have free speech if you Christian, are you fed up?
All right, thanks everybody for watching. Happy Halloween. Spooky show. Next week we'll do something more philosophical, theological, Bible thumpery. Laura, thanks for watching. Raymond 11, LJ, my bad LJ, I slipped. Butch, real none your business. Man, Godson, thanks for hanging out. Greta. Everybody else, all the lords. Lord Colin B. Lord Spike Protein. That's great. Don't ask me. Everybody who's here, CSAP earlier. These platforms ban my songs, but all it does is light the fuse. Hey, they coming for our children, are you fed up? They trying to lock us up in prison, are you yes, good show. Monday nights. Good night. See y'all later. Happy out. Yep, I'll see you guys next week. Every Monday night. 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Mountain Time. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. Midterms coming up. Get out and vote. Make sure you vote. If you don't vote early, make sure you get out on November 8th and vote. I'll talk to you guys one more time before we vote. Next week will be the last time. And then November 8th, I might do an all-day stream and just do live election result coverage. So next Monday we'll be doing the show as usual, Dreaded Conservative. Make sure to tell your friends, get everybody out here. And then on the 8th, the 8th, I'll try, if I'm not working, I'll try to stream all day, do live election updates. We'll look at all this. Hopefully everything goes correctly. You know what I mean? Hopefully we have some good, fair and reliable elections.
Thank y'all so much for watching the video.
Yep. All right. No, we don't need to see your ad. But that's it, everybody. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to head out. Good night, guys. We out. Happy Halloween. Peace.